here in the UK. So I am nice and wrapped up warm. I've got my coffee as well. I am going to be taking sips of said coffee because it is flipping freezing. But I'll tell you what else it is. It's also Royal Rumble season. So that's good news. So that is going down. Oh, what is this? What is this? Wow, I've not seen this. I've literally only just seen this. We're learning this together. We are learning this together. You've probably already learnt it. Ava has announced her departure from WWE. Go and get Paige. That's going to be my first reaction. Go and get Paige. WWE. Something went wrong. What? What went wrong? Get Paige? She was a good GM for SmackDown. It's a good idea. Thank you. Okay, Ava has announced her departure from WWE. This past Tuesday was my last appearance on NXT and subsequently WWE. Thank you to all who have cheered, watched, and supported me through my journey. While my decision to not renew my contract was very difficult, it's also a new turning point in my life. It has been an honor and a privilege to be Ava. Wow. Yeah, I'm shocked. Wrestling Biggest Fan, thank you. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at that because, well, it's The Rock's daughter. I mean, it's weird though, isn't it? Perhaps she just isn't getting the wrestling side. I don't know what's happened there. I mean, clearly there's a job for her in WWE, but I don't know. I'm really shocked at that because there'd been nothing to sort of indicate that she wasn't just going to do GMing or interviewing, announcing, commentating, like something along those lines. But yeah, it is weird how she started out as being a wrestler and she was in Schism. And then, of course, you know, she stopped wrestling. And I think, I don't know if there was an injury or what happened there, to be honest. But wow. I mean, this is from Wrestle Talk. So, I mean, this isn't from, like, John down the road who's just making this up. Wow. I've had a nap. We did a stream earlier, but then I've had a nap. I've had a cheeky nap, so I've not seen this news. So, Connor, thank you. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing quite a few people tagged me in it. Yeah, it's shocking. That dropped less. Well, when did that drop? 50 odd minutes or so ago. Wow. Ava. That's quite funny. That person there says Ava Rain, gone from WWE. Yeah. It seems like she didn't want to renew it, though. She's saying it's her decision to not renew. I mean, bloody now. It'd be a brave move by Sean or someone, wouldn't it, to not renew The Rock's daughter? I could believe it's her decision, but I wonder why she wasn't wrestling. Yeah, well, that is big news. God, I've only never sleeping again. Connor said, Daze, if Jericho doesn't return tomorrow in the Men's Royal Rumble, do we think LA Knight could potentially be a surprise and come out at 30? Be a bit of a sucky surprise, wouldn't it? I feel like we all know LA Knight's going to be in it. No. I think that would suck. If they're not gonna have Jericho, then they need to have something else that's better. To be honest, there's different kind of categories of surprise. So, you know, you've got those people that are just coming back from injury. You've got those people that maybe work in TNA or work in AAA or Mr. Iguana or work in NXT. That's maybe a different category. You know, there's always potential for someone that kind of is under the WWE umbrella. So, you know, any of those, I feel like you could get Jeff Hardy quite easily if you wanted him, you know? If they work in TNA, if they work in AAA, if they work in NXT, that's a certain subject of a surprise. If you're returning back from injury, that's another kind of surprise. I think the gold standard surprise is the person that's completely outside the company. It's that person like Diesel, Edge. You know, it's that person that's completely like, oh my God, where have they come from? They weren't rumored, or like, do you know what I mean? And that's what a Jericho is. Jericho is outside of the WWE umbrella, so LA Knight would be dull. I mean, I expect him to be in the Rumble anyway, to be honest. So I think to have him as like the big reveal, the big surprise would be... Paige's new GM, I agree, says Mark. Listen, I like Paige in that role because she was good as a GM. So she got an injury and she had to become, I think it was the SmackDown GM, because I seem to remember her announcing it on the Monday, and it was really sad, really disappointing. She announced that she couldn't continue. And then on the Friday, they announced their new GM, and it was her. She was back. So it was kind of quite wild how that went. And she was a good GM in that role. And actually, you know, I've not been harsh. I don't think I've been harsh. I've just been very honest in saying that I was not impressed with what I saw from her in AEW. I also think that she can definitely be in the Rumble, and she can definitely have a moment, and she can definitely have a Mania moment, and she can definitely do the occasional match. But I would really worry about a run for Paige. I would really worry, because I think the women's division has moved past her. I think that she was fine. She was never someone that was putting on 5-star classics or anything like that. Like in-ring, Rhea, Bianca, Io, they've all gone past where Paige was. Character-wise, I mean, Rhea Ripley is the leveled up version of Paige. You know, Paige is not as big, as strong, as imposing as what Rhea is. Rhea is that super anti-diva, you know? So I just don't know where Paige fits into the current landscape. I feel like she is a legend that will get a moment, and then, honestly, I think fast forward a few months and I think people would just not really care, and she'd just be one of the girls. I just don't know where she's going to shine. Promo-wise, she really struggled in AEW, but she said there was ring rust and there was nerves and all this kind of stuff, right? So maybe it's not fair to really judge her by what we saw in AEW, but this would be a great role for her. She would be brilliant as a GM. So give her a Rumble spot and then give her the GM position. I know some might want William Regal, but he is doing other stuff on the main roster now. And I think, for me, he's kind of moved on past it. So I love Regal, but I think he's served his time. I think he's done what he needs to do in that role. I think you could give it to someone else. And it's a bit of a shame, because maybe that person would have been Stevie Turner, because she was in that role for Evolve. And, you know, now they might give it Robert Stone, actually. Robert Stone's always kind of a bit of a lost end. Doesn't really quite know what to do with him. They could give it to Robert Stone. But I would put my hat in for Paige, honestly. I think that'd be a really good spot for her. So, just a few thoughts. Right, Triple Eight said, Daze, what do we think about Braun getting leaked as number one? Do we think that'll change? And also, what do we think about WWE doing rehearsals and how that plays out? Is it too hard? It's an hour long. Oh, yeah. To my knowledge, they don't rehearse the Rumble and go through everything. My understanding is the way that works is they They know who they want to go in at what point, so they've got the order people go in. They also know how long they want you to be in there for, right? And they know who is going to eliminate you. There'll be a few spots throughout the Rumble as well that they'll have planned, right? They might have a few bits and bobs here and there, like, you know, when Logan and Ricochet did that springboard crossbody on each other. That was obviously not just let's do it, right? That was obviously planned. Kofi Kingston, when he does his kind of elimination moments, those are all planned, right? He's thought about those in advance, and they figure out where the best place to put that is, right? So they've got it mapped out as to how they want it to go, but to my knowledge, they don't rehearse the Rumble from start to finish. And actually, there's a good chunk of it, which, as you can imagine, is just made up in the moment. I think a lot of the eliminations are actually... you can do however you want. You've got to eliminate this person, and so if you know that you're going to get eliminated by John after 20 minutes, so you come in at 11, you're going to eliminate John after 20 minutes, right? You're going to be eliminated by John. They'll tell you, okay, you need to eliminate this person and this person. I don't think they try to bog you down with too much stuff. I think it's just, you go in at this number, you've got to eliminate that person, and then around the 20-minute mark, you will be eliminated by John. The person that's eliminated before you is blah, blah, blah. So I suppose you're going in, you're getting in there, you're doing your shots, you're doing whatever, right? You're eliminating the people you've got to eliminate, right? And then you are going to get eliminated after whoever it is, right? There are referees around the ringside area that are constantly communicating to the talent. So the referees are out there, obviously, to clear the ringside area, but they've got headpieces to the back. And so they are in constant communication with the producers. So there is like a lot of dialogue that's going on. But I mean, to be honest with you, this is the side of wrestling that I think might be the hardest. You know, a lot of it is hard. You know, actually wrestling is quite hard. Your bod taking the bumps is quite hard. But I think for me, like, trying to remember all that information. I mean, we got a glimpse in Unreal, didn't we? Where there was that ladder match, the Money in the Bank match. I mean, the amount of spots you must have to remember in that ladder match. Like, I would imagine you need to have a really good memory. Like, I do this, then I do that, then I do this. In a way, I kind of think it's a bit like learning a play where you've got to learn all these lines, but you're not learning lines, you're just learning spots. So it's not going to be as much, but you still got to remember a lot. And obviously, LA Knight sort of forgot an example of that. It's another example where you're going to have to remember loads of different things. So, I mean, I'm sure you can ask the refs at ringside, you know, those moments where you're down in the corner and we're focused on other things. I'm sure in those moments, people can just grab one of the refs and go, blah, blah, blah. Tell me where are we now? What am I doing next? But obviously, you don't really want to be saying that too much because it doesn't look good that you can't remember. So, no, rather than, like, rehearsing it and, like, running through it, I think they will kind of make sure everyone's got their spots and that they're having a word with people and kind of going over all the bits and bobs, and then they bring it all together. So, I think, what was the other thing? In regards to Braun, yeah, I think that is a spoiler. I think that, you know, there's no reason for that graphic to have been shown. I think it's just a case that someone pressed the wrong button. I think they've got these graphics kind of queued up and that one somehow found a way of being shown. So if you don't know about that, there was like a graphic that got shown earlier which revealed Braun at 1, but that is, there's potential for that to get changed now. I think there's still a chance for him to come out at 1, but they could absolutely change it. I mean, that thing's all over the internet. I've been tagged in it so much. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. No way of knowing that, is there? There's no way of knowing that. No way of knowing that No way of knowing that if they're going to stick with it or change it. I would imagine. Don't know. I mean, if you change it, you got to change a load of plans, haven't you? I think they'll probably stick with it. I'd stick with it. It doesn't ruin a great deal, does it? It's just like, I suppose that, who's going to be number one? Well, if it is Braun, we're just going to have to wonder who number two is. Who's going to be number two? So, Braun at one. I could see them wanting him to be the Iron Man. Most eliminations go to Ober. And I could see it being a case that they give the longest time in the Rumble to Braun Breaker. I could see that. So, I think, why change that? Because, I mean, if you're going to change it to number 3, it ain't going to make much of a difference, is it? I suppose you could do that, but I don't know. You might as well just stick with it, mightn't you, now at this point? But we'll see. They absolutely could change it. Imagine if Jacob said Loch Ness doesn't return in the... Jericho doesn't return in the Rumble, but rather on NXT next week, and he says, I'm the new GM. Billy said the way they're pushing Braun to win the Rumble seems like he will not win. Anyone watching would just assume that he is going to win, but I'm thinking that he won't, says Billy. Almost time for the Rumble, says Michael. Big Time said, Daze, the big data and panel has been tweaked this week. AEW has now gone up to 653 from 498. Oh, okay. And the last 4 months, they've been stuck in the 400,000s. It's coming off the heels of NXT seeing a giant jump. Okay, I don't quite understand that. I know the number was shared around as 498. So if there's been a change to that, well, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Because the NXT number was a Tuesday. So if they've tweaked it, surely they've tweaked it after the NXT number was published. Because NXT was before. The NXT number came out before the AEW number. So it's not like they will have tweaked it for NXT and then gone back. So I don't know what's happened there. But this is why, do you know what I mean? This is why with some of these numbers, it's not worth kind of spending too long on them, because it can be shenanigans. Shenanigans. This week's Dynamite 653, last week 498. Where are we? We're Friday. Okay. Okay. Glotness said, my pick for the winner of the men's is whoever eliminates Roman, says Glotness. Tyler says, Breaker ain't winning. Ronnie said, Daze, with Vince out of WWE, why wouldn't Tony Khan try and work with Vince to learn what he's doing wrong? I understand WWE loyalty, but why wouldn't Tony pay the right people to help the business? I think there's a couple of reasons, to be honest with you. First of all, I don't think that AEW or Tony would want to be associated with Vince with, you know, all the stuff that he's caught up in at the moment. I sort of feel like Vince with the Janelle Grant stuff is just not someone that I think you would necessarily want it publicly known that you have reached out to, right? Whether he's thought about doing it and trying to do it on the quiet, don't know. But I don't think that you would want it to be publicly known. And don't forget as well, AEW has sort of, from the very beginning, from 2019, when Vince was in charge, positioned itself as being kind of the anti-WWE. Again, there is this kind of misconception that Vince's booking was like really good. It was amazing. I mean, the truth of the matter is, it was not. And there was plenty of people that were disgruntled. There's a lot of people that got into WWE during the Attitude Era, loved it, and stuck around for Ruthless Aggression because, okay, it wasn't as edgy, but it was still acceptable. And then, of course, we get to PG. You get to, like, the 2010s, and that's where people are like, nah, I can't be doing with this, right? I can't be doing with Total Divas and stuff. I mean, it really is a big removal from the Attitude Era. Like, the way that the company goes after like 2001, where it ends up in the 2010s, there's plenty of disgruntled fans. And so I think by the time we're getting to, don't forget, AEW launches in 2019. So it launches in 2019, and it launches itself as being sports-based. It launches itself as, you know, kind of being anti-sports entertainment. It launches itself as being like great wrestling, sports-based presentation. And actually, that was something that was thrown at AEW a lot in the early days. You know, people would show some of the stupid stuff they would be doing, and in brackets put sports-based presentation. You know, is this sports-based presentation? Stadium Stampede, right? And so, you know, that would actually be thrown back at them. But the truth is, they very much position themselves as the anti-WWE. They position themselves as anti-sports entertainment. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to bring in the guy that represents sports entertainment. I think, to be honest, there is, and we've probably got more information on it now, but I think there is a bit of an awkward truth. And it's not really a good truth, to be honest. It's not a truth that I think any of us can really celebrate. And I think the truth is that pro wrestling has got a limited appeal. I think if you are going to focus on the in-ring and you're not going to do the sports entertainment stuff as much, I think it's got a limited appeal. And I think Vince worked that out quite early. I think Tony is not making a mistake per se, but I think that he is just doing something that Vince long ago learned was not the successful way forwards. And so, you know, Vince didn't just focus on amazing in-ring matches. Vince's focus has always been on superstars and kind of, I suppose, that celebrity, star power, you know, all of that stuff. You know, big entrances. And like, you know, presentation, gimmicks, star power, aura, all of that is money. All of that is ratings. Build up The Rock, build up Stone Cold, flesh out the characters. You know, doesn't matter if when they collide, it's not a 5-star banger. It's more about Stone Cold, the character. The Rock, the character. Roman Reigns, the character. You know, it's all about aura, character, presentation. It's not about matches. It's about charisma. And I think this is something that Vince learned a long time ago. And actually, I think this is something that has irritated a lot of people. That WWE spends so long on Jay's entrance, Seth's entrance. They spend so long on Undertaker's entrance. And there's just so much bad wrestling. They don't focus on the in-ring. You know, it's not like we're being blessed with 5-star bangers on a regular basis. And I think that's what AEW wanted to counter. And I think they found out that that does not lead to ratings. And that really, you've got to do the presentation stuff. So I think that this is where Tony is, I suppose, got a bit of a decision to make. Do you keep going with the wrestling focus and keep shunning sports entertainment? Or do you embrace a bit of sports entertainment, but then that goes against everything you said when you started the company, really? I think he has very much embraced sports entertainment. To be honest, I think naturally they've just moved over there, and it might be a bit too little too late. They, if you look at like Toni Storm and her character, you know, if you look at like Harley Cameron, if you look at those kinds of gimmicks, then, you know, I can find Orange Cassidy. I mean, straight from the get-go, Orange Cassidy was very sports entertainment. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way he presented himself, hands in the pockets and shrugging his shoulders, couldn't be bothered. I mean, you could see that being a bit of an enhancement talent in WWE. Not that Orange Cassidy is an enhancement talent. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying that gimmick feels like an enhancement talent kind of gimmick, yeah? The can't be bothered man. So I think that there are sports entertainment elements in AEW, but probably too little, probably too late. And they just couldn't capitalize, could they, on when... I think there was a window for them. And I think, like, the window was when Punk was around for them to kind of go to that next level. I think when Punk leaves, it's the start of the decline. It's where, it's where it really starts falling apart. To be honest with you, though, I had my struggles with it even when Punk was there. When Punk was there, we were doing, like, stupid Adam Cole, MJF stuff. I'm going to say stupid because I thought it was stupid. I thought all of that was sports entertainment nonsense. And so, yeah, for me, they just got it completely wrong. So I don't think they'd want to be associated with Vince. I don't think that their mantra, they're not trying to be the next WWE. They want to be as big, but they don't want to be the next company, the next same company. And so a lot of what Vince represents is not what they're looking for. And there are different ways to be successful as well. So, you could reach out to Vince and you could try and learn some lessons, or you could try and get some advice. I'm sure that, Tony is open if maybe Vince was to give a call or whatever. Not that Vince ever would. But do you remember when Tony had that chat with Shane? Do you remember when they had a meeting and everyone was like, oh, what's this? So, I mean, Tony has spoken to a McMahon, just not Vince. He spoke to Shane. And we didn't know what was going to come of that, but nothing did. Millennial said WWE has got a big problem. A lot of bots bought Rumble and SmackDown tickets to resell them at expensive prices. Tonight on SmackDown, the stadium was half full. If it happens, then it could be disastrous. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know where this half full stadium thing's come from. Because I've not seen any releases of... I've not seen any releases of information. And I also think the seats make it a little bit tricky to know how many people are kind of in the stands. Because the seats have got these lights next to them, so you can't quite make out if someone's sat there or not. So, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't quite tell how many people were in attendance. I couldn't quite tell how busy the stadium was. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've not seen any numbers or anything on how many people were actually in attendance. So, yeah. But there was a bit of chatter earlier. There was a bit of chatter with people earlier saying that it felt like there was a lot of empty sections. But I don't know. I don't think WWE have got a problem, to be honest, because if bots have bought those tickets, have they not already bought them? So, I mean, and plus also, WWE are already getting the money, aren't they? WWE have already been paid. They're getting paid by Saudi. And I don't think there's... WWE won't have the problem. It'll be Saudi that need to try and figure it out. The only problem WWE would have would be just, like, general atmosphere. But you'll see the atmosphere is quite good. So, I don't know. I disagree. I don't think it is a big problem. WWE are getting paid, God only knows how much for Rumble. Just for a normal PLE, they get paid $50 million. For Royal Rumble, I don't know how much. I mean, let's make it clear. This is about one thing for WWE. Money. That's it. As long as someone is there tomorrow to watch, which we know there will be, WWE won't give a flip. It's Saudi Arabia that are looking to try and get people to buy tickets. So Saudi have got loads of money. They're not bothered about who actually... They're not going to be bothered about like who goes and how much they make from tickets, but they are going to be interested in how many people go. Because obviously they're hoping this is going to bring people over. So, yeah. The Beach said, now that Ava's leaving, who becomes the next NXT GM? I'd give it Paige. Foxy Light said, I was thinking the stadium was not full. From different angles, you could see some seats are weird, and it makes them look empty. Yeah, I think the seats have got a bit of a light here, right? Which I think we haven't seen the effects of it yet. They've got the same in the Intuit thing, and it really looks like there's no one sat in the seat. But if you look hard, you can sort of see there is. So there was quite a few times where it looked like it's empty, but it isn't. I'm not saying every seat was full for SmackDown. I am absolutely not saying that. I am saying I don't know because I couldn't see a good enough shot. It's very dark in with the crowds. So what I know is we looked earlier. There's no numbers for how many people were in attendance on WrestleTix, which is where most people get that info from. There's no numbers there. There's no picture of like big empty sections from what I've seen or been sent or anything. So I don't know. I mean, there absolutely could be empty seats, empty sections. I mean, I honestly have no info on it. But the only thing I would say is that I'm not aware of there being any sort of major problem. But it did get brought up in conversation earlier, but I have no idea what the attendance is, if people are happy, if people are sad. Haven't heard any reports on any backstage issues, like, you know, people worrying or anything. But again, I'm just going to repeat what I said. WWE are here for money, and they've already received that money. It's not reliant on like how many tickets they sell. They just get paid a load of chunk number from Saudi. So what Saudi will probably want to do is just make sure, obviously, for WrestleMania next year, if there has been a problem, that the bots can't just snap up a load of tickets like resellers. And they'll just have to do a bit more work on that. So, yeah, I mean, there could be an issue there that Saudi need to try and work out. Harmon, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Connor said, if Bianca doesn't return, I've got her as the women's winner. If she doesn't return, then my brand new winner is Liv. Drew attacked Cody and Sami, says Mattia. If there's a problem, I think Saudis will just let people fill into the stadium. Not sure it's a big deal, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of people there, says Millennial. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, yeah, they don't care really. They definitely don't need the money back. It's not like they've put money into this and oh my god, it better make some money, otherwise we're screwed. I mean, they've got flipping hundreds of billions of dollars, so it doesn't really make any difference to them. This is really, this is them hoping that people are gonna buy tickets and travel to their country. It's all about tourism for the Saudis. So they just want people to... But to be honest, it's a win for them as well anyway, because the whole wrestling world is sitting down and looking at their country. And there's many occasions where they show you just little tourist packages. Quite a few times I've been watching, say, the kickoff show or SmackDown, and there'll be like shots of Saudi, and I find myself going, oh, that looks nice. That looks nice, because it does. Like, there's like really lovely places, what look like bars and theme parks and zoos, and, you know, they're making sure that you can see there's like so much to do. There's footage of like Julia feeding giraffes. So there's like a bit of a zoo area. Then they show you the nightlife area. Obviously, we know WWE Experience is there. And so I do find myself sometimes watching the show going, oh, that looks nice. And that's what it's for, isn't it? It's kind of like to brainwash you, to make you think, actually, do you know, Saudi looks quite good. We could go there for our next holiday. It looks like there's lots to do. As shallow as it seems, though, I think I would struggle if you couldn't drink. And I don't think you can drink. I don't know if you can drink. So that would be my problem. I'm not a big drinker. I don't drink much when I'm here at home. Like, I drink coffee, I drink water, right? But if I'm on holiday and I'm relaxing, I sort of feel like that's my break from the real world. And so, yeah, I'm going to drink. So if I was to go on holiday and all I could have was more coffee, more water, I'd be like, that would be a bit of a down for me. So sad, isn't it, really? But I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. So I don't know, if you can drink, then let's go. But if you can't, then I don't know, that might be a barrier. Do we think that they will have Jericho come back in Saudi and not the US? Yeah. I think the Royal Rumble is the Royal Rumble, isn't it? So I think that it doesn't really matter him coming back in Saudi, because these fans are loud and they're passionate. They're good, actually. You'll see quite a bit of noise on the kickoff show as well. So the fans are quite good. Would you really turn down Jericho being one of those mystery numbers? I mean, don't forget, it's still the Rumble. We're still charging $29.99 for people to tune in for this in America. So the other problem is that you've got to give people something for that money. In America, you need to pay $29.99 a month to get ESPN. And so you got to give them something for that money. It's the Rumble. Casual fans tune into the Rumble. You got to give them something, haven't you? It's the Rumble. I mean, this is kind of where you bring in your big surprises. The Rumble's known for surprises. So you can't really afford, if you've got Jericho, you can't really afford to not put him in the Rumble. For what reason? Because it's in Saudi. WWE is a global brand. So, yeah, I think for me, this is, I would be leaning towards Jericho being in. I certainly don't think that you don't have him in the Rumble and then you bring him back on flipping SmackDown instead or something. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we do get him. Reports of another round of releases in February, says Don. Millennial said, I think Hobbs is definitely going to debut. It's interesting to see the big hopes that we have for him. AEW offered him a big contract, but Wrestling Observer newsletter said he chose WWE. That must be for a reason. Well, I heard that it was for his family, which, as Dave Meltzer said, makes it seem like it's money. If you say, I'm going to choose WWE for the sake of my family, then it makes it seem like money was a major motivator there. So, yeah, AEW might have offered him a good-sized contract. Seemingly, WWE went bigger and maybe offered him a bit more. So, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's potential there. I don't know loads about him. I don't know, like, where his limitations are. I can't tell you anything about him apart from I used to watch him when I watched AEW. He's got a decent size. There's definitely a prospect there. There's definitely some ingredients there. I couldn't tell you a great match that he had. I couldn't tell you a great promo that he cut. I don't remember him being someone that I was really that excited by. He was more the summit to this guy. You could get something out of him. He was more someone that people were looking at going, he's going to be a star in the future. You can get somewhere with Powerhouse Hobbs. He's got a good size to him. He's got a good presence. But I mean, I stopped watching a good couple of years ago now, so you know he's a few more years down the road. So I don't know what you can get out of him. I'd be very interested to see. We're not going to really learn a great deal from the Rumble, but yeah, let's get him in. Let's get going. I like the idea of him being with Jericho. Actually, I think you can definitely do something in that regard. Daze, Otis, does he wrestle anymore? Yeah, he wrestled the other day. He's actually in a tag team with Akira Tozawa. They won a match. He's going to get a title opportunity in the near future against the Usos. But we don't know what's happening with Jimmy at the moment. So we need to get past the Rumble first. Kiwi Rob said, would we book Tommaso to win his debut match? I don't watch AEW, but so I can't comment. I don't know. I can't comment on Tommaso. I mean, if he was still in WWE and in a feud, I could help you out. But who he's going to face in AEW and what he's going to do in AEW, I don't watch AEW, so I can't really comment. Humble Rumble said, "Did you see Roman is not happy with creative?" No. Why would he not be happy with creative? Connor. Oh, right, football. Royal Rumble is tomorrow, depending on where you are, said Christopher. Yeah, 7 p.m. UK time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. We will be live at least 4 hours before that. Because there's a 2-hour countdown show, and then we normally start 2 hours before. So my plan tonight is that I am going to do an opinions video after this. Then I'm just gonna go to bed. I managed to get an hour just, but I'm gonna go to bed and I'm gonna try and get a good chunk of sleep and just really rest up, and then we're just gonna hit tomorrow as hard as we possibly can. Kiwi Rob said, "You know that Paul Heyman is doing creative for Roman and the Vision." PJ said, "I just saw the news about Ava." Kai Plays said, "My final vote for the dark horse is going to be Joe Hendry." Oh, bottom bar. Yeah, good shout. Honestly, I don't think there's much in the way of spoilers. But you're right, we'll probably change it to pre-show. Bottom bar. Wrestling Little Right, thank you. Gone cold. I think WWE might do what they did with Jay, and they might have LA Knight win, and they could have him make a surprise Rumble winner. I think the world title is going to be perfect for him, says Harmon. William, hello. Shout out to you. Days, I've been hearing a lot of rumours about The Rock today. Could he return? I don't think he does, says Joe. No, I'm not expecting him. I can understand the rumours, though, because Saudi are paying a lot of money for this show. I think it's more than the 50 million they normally pay. So, you know, they're paying a good chunk of money for this show. It's Saudi. It's a very important deal to WWE. And so WWE obviously want to make sure that this deal gets extended. So, you know, Saudi paid a crazy amount of money for these PLEs for a 10-year period, 2018 to 2028. So we've still got a little bit of time to go. But, yeah, you know, you want to make sure that this is... Well, to be honest, Vince called it, like, home. That's how he was referring to Saudi Arabia. I mean, he was making... you know what Vince is like. He'll sell his soul for the right price. So, you know, Vince was laying it on thick when he was around that Saudi Arabia is like their new home. And he was like, because, I mean, they get paid so much by the Saudis that, yeah, what do you want, you know? I mean, WWE gave them shows and WWE tried to have their cake and eat it. You know, Saudi paid this crazy amount of money. They should have really been having WrestleMania from the beginning. For the sheer amount of money they were spending, it was like, I mean, Las Vegas has got Mania this year. I believe they spent like 10 million to get it, right? 10 million. Saudi spends 50 million on Crown Jewel, Super Showdown, those kinds of events, 50 million. So WWE have actually been really sneaky. What they've done is they've been giving Saudi these B shows, these kind of weird, and so for 50 million. And then they've also been doing WrestleMania and SummerSlam as well. And, you know, this is why they're doing like record numbers, revenue and all that kind of stuff. Because they've got these kind of deals where they're going to Saudi and they're getting all this money. They're on Netflix, they're on ESPN. And these deals are just so successful for them, you know? So Saudi's important. It's really important. So this is why whenever we get round to a Rumble or something like this, you know, people start to wonder about The Rock. It's not based on anything. There's no actual, you know, nothing out there to say The Rock's going to be in the Rumble. But people are just like, well, he's on the TKO board. This is a very important partnership. It's the Royal Rumble. You don't need to have really done much preparation for it. There's a chance. So that's it. That's where that's, you know, that's all that's going to be. So what I would say is I don't expect it. I've certainly not seen anything to any rumor about, you know, he might be, he might not be. It's just going to be that sort of mindset is why he's being mentioned. I don't expect it. I mean, one of the other problems you've got a couple actually. First of all, we don't know if he's free because he might be filming. Second of all, he might not be in sort of the right shape because last time we saw him, he was getting ready to do a film where he was like a 70-year-old guy and he had really slimmed down and he was looking quite frail. I don't even know physically where he is right now, if he's in any kind of shape to actually come out. He ain't coming out in that condition. He's going to want to get jacked back up again, you know. So I don't know what physical condition he's in at the moment. I don't know what he's doing schedule wise. Not only that, do you want The Rock in the Rumble if he ain't going to win it? And if he ain't going to win it, how are you booking him? How are you going to eliminate him? And are you making people think that he's going to be part of something else? Because that was a problem last year. He appeared on the road to WrestleMania. He was part of that elimination chamber where he was part of John Cena's heel turn. And that just completely overshadowed the whole John Cena heel run. Because certainly at Mania in particular, we were waiting for him. And there was great disappointment when The Rock didn't come out. And I think that actually, that really hurt WrestleMania. Like, The Rock's shadow was large. The Rock kind of overshadowed stuff. And again, do you want to run the risk of him? I mean, maybe if you interview him after and he makes it very clear this was just a one-off. He's got a lot of films coming up. So, you know, he's not going to be around, but he just wondered if he could win the Rumble and get to make... Maybe if you could do something like that to make it very clear, I'm not around. This was a one-off, you know? But again, I just go back to the other problems, which is what physical shape is he in and is he even available? So, certainly not expecting him, but yeah, I mean, that's where I think those kind of rumours would be coming from. Rob, shout out to you. JCP World said The Rock needs to cost Roman the Rumble and then lead to a feud for Mania. Well, there's no word that Roman Rock's going down this year, but there is chat that actually Saudi Arabia have offered him a serious amount of money for next year because next year WrestleMania is in Saudi. So I think that could be the plan for next year. So again, another reason as to why we wouldn't really expect it this year. Big Tony K said, Daze, I think it was when Punk got injured in 2022. That was the Titanic for AEW's low viewership. I think the Titanic is going to hit WWE soon. Punk is a ticking time bomb. Do we think Punk stays long in WWE? I don't think he stays long because he is already 47-ish, 6, something like that. I mean, he knows he's got a few years left to go, and that's about it. So I think he's got a couple of years, a few years. So I think he's just trying to really get out of this what he can. Maybe tick a few boxes off, you know. I mean, he never main evented Mania. So he ticked that last year. He's managed to get to a world title. He briefly touched it at SummerSlam and then obviously was cashed in on. But obviously because of Steph's injury, he's now had a run with it, right? So that's another kind of tick in the box. He's actually added a couple of world title runs since coming back. I think he would really love that Mania Night 2 main event spot. Maybe the SummerSlam one as well. So whether he achieves that or not, I'm not sure. But, you know, there's a whole new lease of life with AJ Lee coming in. So he got to team with AJ Lee. I mean, that WrestlePalooza thing would be very special to him, teaming with his wife. And, you know, she's going to be around at Mania. She's probably around for the Rumble as well. I mean, I think AJ Lee takes one of those spots. So CM Punk probably here with AJ. And I think this is going to breathe new life into him. So, yeah, I mean, he's here to achieve a few final things in his career. And I think he would like to stick around. I mean, he said before that he likes the training side. I mean, he goes to NXT. Obviously, he was helping Roxanne and Cora, and he was trying to like help kind of in NXT. So I think that's something that interests him. But I don't know. I think he's still got a few years left in ring. 2, 3, something along those lines. I don't think he doesn't want to outstay his welcome. I think he knows that he's maybe not the same level that he used to be, which is natural and fine. Still acceptable. But, yeah, I think we're certainly getting towards the end of his time. The bulk of his career has most definitely gone. Kiwi Rob said, do we think we get AJ tomorrow? Yes, I do. I do think we get her tomorrow. Rob said, I'm the same age as the best in the world. Does that mean that I make the... does that make me the merist in the world? No, you're even better. Even better than the best. Kai Plays said, it might be weird watching the Rumble at my house tomorrow because I was there last year and it was so special. I keep thinking it's going to happen again tomorrow. Well, it happened once. I mean, to go to a PLE is very special, but for that PLE to be a Rumble, extra special. William said, England need a Roman Colosseum. They need an amphitheatre. Wouldn't turn one down. WWE, I love WWE. I'm a big fan, said Jonathan. Jonathan, shout out to you. William said Wembley just isn't big enough. It needs to be bigger. I say they need to build a big, open environment. We need 300,000 fans. Let's go. I mean, Wembley can hold 90-odd thousand with the floor. Obviously, that, you know, makes it even bigger. So, I mean, Wembley's comparable to NFL stadiums. So, I mean, it's fine for a WrestleMania. But, yeah, well, England doesn't have a 100,000 seater. I mean, they are thinking of building a 100,000 seater for Man United. And plans have been shown for the new Man United stadium. And that is meant to be 100,000. That would be the UK's first 100,000 seater stadium. But there's not loads of those in the world, to be honest. I know that there's a few in America, 100,000. But yeah, I mean, if you've got a 100,000 seater stadium, it's pretty significant. So we'll have to see if that Man United one actually gets built or if it's all just pie in the sky. But if they do build it, then maybe WWE could go there. It's pretty crazy, actually. I don't know if you've seen the designs for it. I wonder if I could just quickly find them. Manchester United Stadium. I can't remember when they said they're going to look to have it done for. This is... Look at that. It's weird, man. It's like a stadium, and then it's got like this cloth sort of draped over it. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I don't know. Is that the only picture we've got of it? That thing. So I can't remember when they're looking to have it done by. Like, it's not far off. They haven't started yet, but it'd be like 2030, something like that. Few years. Here. Man United set to... That's it. Look at that. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, whatever. That's the current stadium. Boring. That's the new one. Wow. So, Man United's proposed 100,000 seater stadium could bring in 715 million in naming rights. Look at that one. Looks like made out of Lego. Boring. I want that. Yeah. Don't even know what it does. But, there we go. Oh, what's that? Is that it being built? Oh, I've not seen this video. That's where it would be in relation to the current one, is it? Oh, well, there we go. Visit Qatar. So, yeah, there is chatter of that. There is chatter of getting 100,000. Benny said, I know we talk about age, but I think they brought in a 48-year-old Finlay to WWE in 2006. Punk and Balor are still up-and-comers who have got light years ahead of them. Also, is there any Haribo for tomorrow? No Haribo for tomorrow. I don't have any snacks for tomorrow, actually. So, no, nothing planned, nothing lined up. King Gamer said, Daze, Seth Rollins has all the tools, the look, the skill, the mic work. So why hasn't he finally stuck as the top guy? At their prime, who truly suited to carry the company, Bret Hart or Seth? Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Seth does have all the tools. I think the problem is that I don't know that he's ever quite found the right vehicle for those tools. So I think when he was the architect, which was when he just came out of the Shield. So obviously he was in the Shield. That was badass, right? Then he turns on the Shield and he joins up with the Authority and is a heel. And he's kind of the architect. That was interesting. He had J&J Security with him. That was kind of interesting, right? There was something to that. Monday Night Rollins is really good. I mean, Monday Night Rollins is basically an open challenge. That's Seth Rollins just being like, I'm Mr. Monday Nights. This is my show. I'm going to have the best matches. I'm the guy. And that was really exciting. It couldn't go on for too long. But it was great whilst it lasted, and it was basically like those open challenges where Seth would wrestle on a regular basis and just put on banger after banger after banger. And of course, eventually you start running out of opponents, right? Because you can't really work with just anyone and put on a banger. You need people that can wrestle. It's a little bit like the challenges now. You know, you can get a good run out of them, but now, you know, we're starting to repeat a few names. Because, you know, you're not going to get great matches out of certain people. They're not really, you know, they don't really have those kind of in-ring skills. But I sort of feel like, you know, you could go up against a Kit Wilson. And no offense to Kit Wilson, I don't think you're going to get a banger out of Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson will give you an okay match. I'm not saying he's bad, but I don't look at Kit Wilson and think you're going to get 4 stars plus. You know, I'd imagine Carmelo, Kit Wilson, 3.75 at best. At best. Unless Carmelo can work flipping magic. And, you know, we can find a way of getting 4.25 or something like that. But I doubt it. I really doubt it. I think you need, you know, both people need to have that sort of in-ring, ring general sort of knowledge. And Kit Wilson's like a tag guy. He's just kind of stepping out into the singles. I mean, maybe a few years down the road, once he's done more singles matches, he might, you know, we might get somewhere. But right now, I wouldn't expect him to be able to. So the thing with Monday Night Rollins was that he faced a load of people, put on a load of bangers. I think we ran out of like the top end. And then, you know, that kind of petered out. We did the Monday Night Messiah stuff, which I didn't like. I didn't rate it. I thought that was him as like a leader of a group, and I thought that it was kind of like the Vision. Really, it felt undercooked. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel that it didn't feel well thought out. It didn't feel like it was working. The disciples of Buddy and Theory being with him just didn't feel like it worked. And so then he moved to SmackDown, so he couldn't be the Monday Night Messiah, so he had to change. I believe this is when he becomes the Visionary, and then this is when he becomes the Visionary, right? And then, of course, he's been doing that for an extended period of time. So I think I don't know when Visionary came in, like 2021, sorry. And I think he was doing the Monday Night Messiah stuff like 2019, 2020. And then I think from like 2021, since then, he's been doing Visionary. And then, of course, we've brought in the music. That got over. We've absolutely wrung every little bit out of that we absolutely can, right? With him coming down. And do you remember, I mean, him wearing that kind of outlandish clothing and all of that? I just don't think we found the right vehicle for him, the right presentation, the right creative for him to be positioned as the cool guy that everyone's kind of rooting for and getting behind. Like, actual in-ring work is one of the best. Microphone work is good, really good. I wouldn't say he's the best on the mic, but he certainly can stand his ground. So, yeah, I agree with you that he is someone very special. He's someone that's one of the greats. But I think the truth is that when you've got someone like Roman, who's bigger, stronger, got a greater aura, you're going to struggle. I mean, it's a lazy comparison, and I hate doing it. But I think Seth Rollins is the macho man of this generation. And I think he kind of knows it as well. Because Macho Man could wrestle, could talk. It had, I would say, better presentation than Seth. I mean, Macho Man with those robes and Miss Elizabeth. I mean, he was the guy. He, you know, any other time, he is just the top dog. I mean, he was just, everything was amazing when it came to Macho Man. But Macho Man's problem was that he was around at the same time as Hulk Hogan, who was bigger, stronger, had a greater aura, and obviously had the backing of the company as a result, right? Because they looked at him and went, we can make serious money with Hogan. And unfortunately, Seth has got that same problem where he's around at the same time as Roman. And Roman is this generation's Hogan. And I think Seth is this generation's Macho Man. So it's one of those where I think Seth could have pushed Roman more if he'd have just found that right presentation. And I think we try a few different coats and, you know, quite a few of them don't quite work. And when he was going through that phase of all those wacky clothes, and he still sort of does it to a degree, but it's been toned down. You know, when he was wearing those big red boots and he was wearing what looked to be clothes out of Becky's wardrobe. The problem with all of that was it wasn't cool. It was just outlandish. It got a reaction because you went, what the hell is he wearing, right? So it got a reaction, but people didn't look at him and go, wow, that's sick, actually. That looks so good. It didn't build aura. It just made you go, what the hell's that? It was shocking for the sake of being shocking, but it wasn't credible, and it wasn't cool, and it didn't build aura, and I think it was a misstep. Because I think you can wear outlandish clothes, but you can still wear outlandish clothes that people go, actually, do you know what? That's sick. That looks so good. And many, many times he was not achieving that. So I think a lot in the presentation has failed Seth. And he's tried a few different things and it's not landed. And so this is why, for me, you know, when you've got Roman, who certainly since 2020 and the creation of the Tribal Chief character, I don't know how you're competing with that, to be honest. Because I think that Tribal Chief character eclipses pretty much everyone in the company's history. I mean, that is an absolute S tier, top draw character. The whole Tribal Chief, acknowledge me, the Heyman connection. I don't know how you counter it. I don't know how you can. It is serious aura. It is that music when it hits, people throwing up the wands. You know, Roman coming out with the Ula Fala. Roman looking like a flipping Greek god. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like, he's up there with, like, a Brock Lesnar when that music hits and Brock comes out. And you go, oh, my God, here comes Brock. I mean, Seth would need a presentation that kind of hits on that level. And to me, he's never found one. He's never found one where the music hits and you go, oh, my God, let's go. It's Seth Rollins. So that, for me, has been what's missing with Seth. You can't say his in-ring needs better work. You could always improve your promo skills, but his are fine. I don't have a problem with Seth's promos. For me, it's just the packaging of it has never been quite right. In regards to, what was the second part of the question, though? It was something to do with Brett. Who's better suited to carry the company, Brett or Seth? Who's better suited to carry the company, Brett or Seth? Well, I don't think Seth's ever found a presentation that's really worked over a long period of time. Brett had the glasses, which he gave kids, which was cool. The glasses sold so well. I mean, they were making so much money from those glasses. And the pink was like making him stand out. The electric pink. The excellence of execution. Brett's in-ring is arguably second to none. I mean, you could maybe make an argument Shawn was maybe, but I mean, that's the great debate, isn't it? Shawn or Brett. But many people will say Brett's the best in-ring. I think Brett's promos were never brilliant, but they were acceptable. I don't know. Honestly, I think they've both got their weaknesses. I think both are struggling to carry the company. I think both can do it for a period of time, but I don't think either can do it for an extended period of time. Not with their current, what they've got, I mean, Seth started the Vision, and to be honest with you, it was undercooked. To me, the Vision last year had the exact same problems as when he was the Messiah. Because when he was the Messiah, that was also undercooked. You had Buddy Murphy and you had Theory, and both of them felt green as grass. And then you've got Seth, who felt a bit sort of directionless, and he was trying to flesh out this Messiah character, but there wasn't really like a depth to it. And it just felt like you was watching someone that hadn't quite figured it out. And I feel like when he leads the Vision, I didn't feel like the Vision was fully formed last year. It felt like that lacked depth, and that needed to be worked out a bit more. So I think that's a tricky one as to who leads the company better, because I think both have their areas that need improving. And so I think, Brett gets an opportunity to lead the company in the mid-90s, and it doesn't draw. It doesn't make money. Seth, I don't know if he's ever totally been given the ball. I mean, he's been champion. I suppose he got given it in 2015 when he was the WWE champion coming out of the Shield. That was okay. And he had the support of the Authority. The story was quite good. I feel like that run was probably better than Brett's. So, don't know, it's tricky. I think they're very close. I've probably mentally got them on the same level, actually. I've got Seth and Brett being on that level just below the big names above. So S tier for me is your Romans, your Hogans, your Stone Colds, your Rocks. That's like S tier. That next level down is that amazing talent that probably just had something missing. And I've got Brett, but it's still top talent that's like winning world titles. But it's just, maybe they were never quite the guy. And to be honest, I've probably got Shawn, Brett, Seth being in that tier. Maybe Daniel Bryan being in that tier as well, where they're amazing talents, but they're never quite the guy. Or if they are the guy, it doesn't last long, or it doesn't quite work. I've probably got them in the same level, actually. So, yeah, good, interesting. It's fun to kind of dig into that stuff. Certainly not everyone's going to agree there with what I've said, but the one thing you'll get from these streams is we will, think about the question. We will try and give examples, and we will dig into the answer, and I will give as honest an answer as I can come up with, and that's honestly how I feel about it. So don't get me wrong, Seth is an amazing talent, and he deserves respect. But I think for me, the presentation has always been something that he's been really struggling with. And I think if we could have just found that vehicle that really would have just got him, you know, we couldn't quite find it for Roman. I would have said the same for Roman in the 2010s. I would have said for Roman, there's something missing here. But the truth is, Seth had something missing. Roman had something missing. And if you look at them both, this guy is absolutely jacked, absolutely looks the part. The presentation is there, which is Roman. This guy can wrestle, like one of the best in the ring. So, you know, Vince has to go, which way do I go? And he's, you know, Vince, he's always going to gravitate to the look. The look is everything. So he's always going to go that way. So this is why Roman was ahead. But even Roman had that sort of presentation missing as well. He had a more physically imposing look, but it wasn't until we get to 2020 and we get to the Tribal Chief that these things kind of fall into place. And I don't know that Seth has ever really found that Tribal Chief moment yet. People can disagree on that. But I don't know that he's kind of found that Tribal Chief moment. I do wonder, actually, if the Vision was meant to be it. Because if you think about it, he wins night 1 of WrestleMania in a match that features Roman and Punk. I mean, for him to come out as the winner of that match is a big deal. Then they give him Braun and Bronson and they start the Vision, and he's got Paul Heyman. I mean, to be honest with you, coming out of Mania and with the Vision being set up, it really felt like this is Seth's time. This is it. This is what everything has been building towards. It's been building to this moment. He's got Heyman. He's got a group. He's just won the main event of night 1 of WrestleMania in a match against Punk and Rowe. This is it. And honestly, it probably was meant to be, but the Vision just didn't land because it just felt undercooked. And it didn't feel like we invested enough into that group, sort of character-wise. We kept putting them in the open and the main event, but we just, I don't know, we weren't digging into how does Seth feel about Braun? How does Braun feel about Seth? How does Bronson feel about Heyman? How does Heyman feel about Bronson? How does Heyman feel about Braun? Is there any issues there that we need to dig into? If not, can we create some with some miscommunications and sort of make it interesting? And who are they going to feud with? And what do people need to learn? And I mean, I think that group was lacking a comedic person from the get-go. I think it was lacking a bit of warmth. I mean, the great thing about the Bloodline is the Usos are just naturally quite fun. And not only that, but like when Sami came on board, that was awesome. And then you got Jimmy liking Sami, you got Jay not liking Sami. That created an interesting dialogue. Sami with his honorary Uso shirt and his face lighting up when he got given that t-shirt. I mean, we were doing those kinds of moments. And don't forget the Usi moment. I mean, the Usi moment is one of the great moments post-pandemic, was when, you know, Roman goes over to Jay and he's going to have a go at him, and Sami comes in and he's like, listen, Us, Jay just hasn't been himself recently. He's not feeling Usy. And then you've got Jay like trying not to laugh in this very serious moment. He's like trying not to laugh. And even Roman has to be like, kind of look away. It's such an amazing moment. And that carries its weight in gold for the Bloodline. That's a moment where people like really connect to that group and love that group and they're entertained by that group. And it's, you know, and there was loads of those, not loads on that scale, but loads of backstage moments that were fun that you connected with. I remember another one when Sami was talking to, like, I don't know, Kathy Kelly, and they'd just won and Sami had his face all lit up. And like you got the Usos looking moody, yeah, and then you got Sami all beaming because they've won. And he's like, we're going to go to the Waffle House, yeah? We're going to go to the Waffle House. I know what my dog wants. And you got Jay like trying to like not laugh. And it's like these moments, man, you just connect with that group. We didn't do any of that for the Vision. We didn't do any of it. And I don't know why. I mean, it's really easy to see where the magic is. It's really easy. It's really easy. Flipping anyone can see what made Bloodline work. And the Vision was sort of meant to be the new incarnation of that, right? I know you don't want to get identical, but like, it's so easy. what was missing and what needed to be done, and they just I can't answer it, man. I don't know. You'll have to ask them why they didn't give that group a better chance of succeeding in 2025. Right, Sean, shout out to you, my friend. Sean, whilst we've been talking, has been firing in these Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, buds. Sean, dropping 5, then another 5, then another 5. So 15 people being able to join us, which is awesome. I'm really thinking of tweaking the members side a bit, actually. We tend to do an hour on a Tuesday, an hour on a Wednesday, and an hour on a Thursday. I'm wondering whether it makes sense to do half an hour sort of each day. It would mean more streams, which is good, obviously. But, you know, it means like on a Monday we could do a chat, but rather than for an hour, we just do half an hour. On a Tuesday, then we just do quizzes, which people love and we always struggle to get to. Maybe, you know, we do that. On a Wednesday, we could do our Wrestle Feud, and maybe we do it each week. Thursday, we do the Community Championship stuff. And then on a Friday, perhaps we just wrap up with another chat to catch up with the week and where people are. And I don't know. Just mentally, I was just wondering and thinking a few things. So, but either way, we do plenty of member stuff throughout the week. So 15 people now can join us for that maybe didn't before. So our next member stream is going to be on Tuesday at the moment. But I was thinking about maybe tweaking it a little. But yeah, Sean, hope you're well, but really appreciate the support, my friend. And big thank you. Colton said, my wife got me the new Gorilla Monsoon book. Yes. Looking forward to reading it. Yeah, Bones tagged me in Audible, where you can actually get the audio version of it. And I'd quite like to get that audio version, actually, because it is... I think if you sign up, you might get like a free credit or something. So perhaps if you sign up, you could just get it anyway as a free download. But... yeah, I think there's probably a few books, actually. I've still not heard the Becky one, and I know the Natalia one's out. So there's a few wrestling books that have come out in recent years. So it might just be worth me just signing up to Audible and just, like, you know, getting a few of those. They're always good to have on in the background, you know. But that Gorilla Monsoon one, yeah. I mean, that's really interesting because he obviously competed... in the 50s, 60s, into the 70s, right? And so that, as we've said, is a time period where there is a bit of a darkness there because there's not any PLEs. The TV shows, I don't know where they are. They never got uploaded to the network. So there was a TV show that WWE was doing at that time called Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, which was basically like their Raw at that time. But there's just not many episodes that seem to be in existence. You can find the odd episode on YouTube, not on the Vault, but you can find the odd episode. It's really interesting. It's like a time capsule where, like, you know, you get to see what WWE was like in the 60s. So it's really good. You know, you'd probably find it boring, though. It's black and white. There's not, like, backstage interviews. There's no pyro. There's no entrance music. Really, it's just, like, a guy on the commentary table. And then we go to the ring. There's a couple of wrestlers. They sort of wave to the crowd or don't bother if they're a heel. And then they lock up and they wrestle. And, you know, it's kind of what you would expect 1960s wrestling to be. And it's just interesting to see what the crowd looks like. There's no barricade, there's no mats. Yeah, I mean, it's just stuff that you notice, really, that's like different to what we get now. I mean, drastically different compared to now. But I think like that book would shine a bit more of a light of kind of what was going on. A few stories from the road, a few stories behind the scenes. I think that would be really, really interesting. And then, of course, him working with Bobby the Brain and, you know, kind of finding out some stuff about their relationship. And I mean, they were magic together in the 80s, doing primetime wrestling, hosting that. Absolute magic. The greatest duo. I don't know if there's been a better duo in WWE. Certainly from a hosting point of view, presenting or commentating. They're the best. I don't see them ever getting replaced in my mind. Although Michael Cole's been good. I want to give him his flowers. He has been good. He is someone that's, I think, drastically underrated, because when he goes, you're not going to really appreciate Michael until he's gone. And then I fully expect people to be like, damn, I miss Michael Cole, you know. Never really appreciated how good he was, but now he's not here, and like, damn, he was good. I think Michael is like, you know, you won't really appreciate it until he's not around anymore. But like, yeah, Gorilla Bobby, goats. So yeah, that's a book I would like to read as well. I don't think I'll get a chance to read it, to be honest, but I'll probably get the audio version. So yeah, Colton, you'll have to let us know how it is, because great. Yeah, that dropped September last year, that book. And so it's still, you know, pretty new, and should be a fascinating read. Gorilla. He was one of WWE's kind of big stars, so yeah. Bones said, check your email whenever you can. I saw you sent me a link. I clicked on it. It took me to Audible. And yeah, I'll check my emails, bud. Right. Be careful for Audible, said Shining Wizard. They make it really hard to cancel. Oh, interesting. Okay, Sean said, Daze, thoughts on Ava leaving? Yeah, I don't really have much info, really. I mean, it's just everyone's got her statement and that's it. So, I mean, she dropped that statement about not renewing, and no one seems to know anything else. So, there's not really much to say. I mean, the only thing you can say is that it's a surprise. And I think for me, the interesting thing is that she came in as a wrestler, and then long ago she stopped wrestling. And I don't know if she was just struggling to pick it up, or if like she just, I don't know, couldn't get it, or perhaps, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what happened. She came in to be a wrestler. She very quickly stopped wrestling. I mean, did she find out she had some injury? Or, like, I don't know, was it, like, just not for her after she tried it? I really don't know. I could understand her not wanting to just be a GM forever. I can understand that. I can understand it being a case where, you know, perhaps there's other things in her life that, like, she's starting to become passionate about. Maybe there's a different direction that she wants to go. But why she came in as a wrestler and then stopped wrestling, I don't know. But anything would just be speculation. But the bottom line is, she got offered a contract. Of course, she's The Rock's daughter. She got offered a contract. She turned it down. And so she must have something else in her mind. But yeah, a shock, surprise. Certainly wasn't expecting it. I don't think anyone was. What she goes on to do now, I'm not sure. But wish her all the best in the future. To be honest with you, I don't think it's a great loss for WWE. I mean, she was, you know, fine in that GM role. I didn't have any issue with her. I thought she was fine in that role. I thought she'd kind of grown into it quite well, but she wasn't like God's gift to being a GM. So, you know, there's lots of people you could put in that position and they would do a great job. I mean, look at Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis. I mean, they're fantastic on the main roster. Paige, when she was in that role on SmackDown, she was great. Daniel Bryan did the role quite well, I thought. I feel like, yeah, there's lots of people you could put in that position. So, I don't know. I mean, it's her decision. Only she knows why. And, yeah, there's not... I wish there was more you could say, really, but there's just no info. I mean, the only thing we've got is her statement. Right, T-Bone said, did you see what Roman said on Creative? No, I didn't. But you're the second person to mention it. So, is this something that's dropped today? What has Roman said about Creative? Let's see if we can find some comments. Obviously, everyone's talking about Ava. And that was SmackDown. Roman Reigns. Is it today on Pat Show? He was on Pat's show today. So is it that he's made some comments on Pat's show? Okay. Roman says, WWE have to keep up creatively. I leave an opening. I give them plenty of space to create. We are 2 years here now. We haven't advanced. We haven't evolved. We have great leadership in Nick Khan. God bless him, but we've got to keep up creatively. I think that's fair. Yeah, I'm not against that. I think that's fair. I mean, it's true, isn't it? He did step away bloodline-wise. He's saying 2 years. Yeah, I suppose it is really. I mean, kind of. He passed it over, and it's true. I mean, I agree with every word of that. Because we're coming up to WrestleMania 42. He passed the belt to Cody at 40. That is coming up to 2 years ago. I know he moved on and did a bloodline thing. But really, that's the dying fumes, isn't it? That's the final throes of the bloodline story. And so, he's not... I agree. Creatively, you know I've had my frustrations with how they treated Cody's run. I'm very frustrated. I think they massively dropped the ball. Yeah. So, I support these comments. I think anyone would struggle to disagree with that. They're saying that he was clearly speaking in character. But like most things, there's probably some truth mixed in. So, I've not seen the clip. That would mean watching part of Pat's show. And there's no way I can bring myself to ever do that, you know? I mean, I'm just... You know what I mean? I'm just over here trying to live my best life. So, if someone wants to write it all down, then I'll read it. But, yeah, no, from what I've just seen of what has been written there, I agree. Benny said, you're right. If Vince is going by looks, then Daze, you would have been a 20-time world... Well, we know this, Benny. This is fact. Think Positive said, I heard the show sucked. Well, we don't know because it hasn't started yet. It's going to start in half an hour. Triple A said, Daze, I was in the Rumble Chamber and WrestleMania last year. I saw my GOAT heel turn and win 17. I was lucky to see both of those historic scenes. This time, we'll see it from home, but enjoy the Rumble, so no stress. Triple A, shout out to you, but Think Positive said AJ is going to go to AEW. William said, how is that blasting creative? Well, I suppose it's just having a little dig. And you know how these things get, you know. Roman Reigns roasts Triple H. Johnny said, Ava didn't just insult Charlie Kirk. She insulted every conservative in America. Good riddance. I say WWE doesn't need people like that on their team, says Johnny. Well, they offered her a new contract. It's her decision as to whether she wanted to stay or not, and she's chosen not to. So, yeah, any kind of comments or anything is, you know, by the by. This is WWE were happy for her to remain. I think we're quite removed from all of that controversy, to be honest. But I can understand people not moving on from it. You know, this is what happens when you bring politics in. You're going to upset people. And, you know, people aren't going to forget. So if she's got certain feelings about things, it probably would have been wiser to have kept them to herself. But, you know, whatever. It was her choice as to what she wanted to do, all of that aside. And seemingly, I don't know, maybe her heart's not in it, or don't know. It's weird that she came in to be a wrestler and then she stopped wrestling. I think we can agree that's weird. So I don't know. I don't know what she's going to go on to do. I don't know if she's got something else lined up. Maggie said Daisy wasn't impressed by storylines and creative. I think subtly he meant his own creative. They jobbed him out for the whole of the last year, and he knows that, says Maggie. Jamie said, Daze, do we think LA Knight is going to be at the Rumble? Yes, definitely. Yep. They've even got a year on the outside of the stadium. A big year. And we know that, like, LA Knight's injury is not like a real injury. It was a storyline thing. So, yeah. I mean, word on the street was that they'd even flown him over to Europe for meetings. And a lot of people, myself included, thought, well, you're not going to fly him to Europe and then not use him. So it felt like LA Knight was going to come back a few weeks ago. So I don't know. I don't know what happened then. I don't know if that was a fake report or if it was just a case that they did fly him and they just had a chat and they decided that they were just going to wait until. But why would you do that? Why would you fly him to Europe just to go, right, we're not going to use you right now. We're going to bring you back at the Rumble. If you're LA Knight, you'd be like, couldn't you have done a Zoom call? I don't know. I've got to think perhaps it was incorrect information and maybe he didn't fly to Europe. But we've been chatting about him potentially returning for a while. Can't see any reason as to why it's not at the Rumble. It was never explained why she stopped wrestling, says Glockness. Days, she was a shiz wrestler. Daddy Rock got her the job. Well, this is true, but even if she's a shiz wrestler, Daddy Rock is going to buy her time, isn't he? So, you know, the thing is that even if she struggles at first, there's no reason why she can't, you know, throw herself into it and improve. I really struggle to believe that if you're really passionate about something that you just can't do it, you know? I mean, like, wrestling, it is a skill, but it can be mastered. Like, you can do it. It's a bit like painting. I mean, you might, you know, get a brush and give it a go, and you might be appalling. I mean, you might be absolutely atrocious. But there are lessons that you can take, like, you know, sketching stuff out and, like, getting the, you know, little tips and tricks and, you know what I mean? I mean, blooming hell, Bob Ross was teaching us how to drop in happy little trees. Yeah, he was teaching us how to kind of paint. The joy of painting. So I sort of feel like wrestling's similar, where, yeah, you might not be a natural and you might not get it at first. But if you put that work in, you're going to get somewhere. And so I just sort of presume she was constantly putting that work in behind the scenes. So I certainly wouldn't want to paint a picture of her being lazy. I mean, I think that'd be really unfair. That'd be really unnecessarily personal attack, right? I'm not going to do that because I have no idea, and that's just like wild speculation. But yeah, it's just, I don't know what was going on. I don't know what was happening. I always felt that she had this passion to be a wrestler, and she decided, I'm going to do this. And then she joined. She was a wrestler. I agree. She wasn't very good. Very limited. Probably not a surprise. She hadn't been working any indies or anything like that, right? This was her first venture into wrestling. And so I think, like, you know, it wasn't quite working. So I just sort of presumed that they made her a GM so that she could learn behind the scenes, get up to speed, but still be used on the show. I mean, she's still The Rock's daughter. That still means something. So I sort of feel like that was what's happening. So yeah, for her now to turn around and go, I'm done. It is really interesting. I mean, The Rock's obviously going to support whatever she wants to do, and maybe she gave it a go and it just wasn't quite right. It's really hard, honestly, to know what's going on. I really hope we get more info. I really hope, like, Fightful can find out some stuff, or, you know, we can, maybe, like, she'll have a word with some of the talent there and it'll leak out, you know, perhaps her heart's not in it anymore, or, again, I don't want to wildly speculate because that's not fair. So the honest answer is we don't know. The only thing we do know is that she's put that statement out, which, honestly, after the stream earlier, I did the breakdown video, and then I went to bed for an hour. And then I found out live on stream, as like you lot were mentioning it. So I didn't see it when it broke. So, and that's the only thing that there is really about it. So I'm going to take this opportunity to wish her all the best and say good luck in your future endeavors. But I hope one day we find out, you know, what went down in Ava Town. Hannah says, Daze, hi. It's shocking to see that it's been a year since you was timing everyone out. Have a good stream. Hannah, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, maybe I briefly turned heel, but, you know, I'm babyface for life. So, you know, if I did time everyone out, then that was just some sort of wild freak out moment, an exception, because it's nothing but love normally. See below, this AJ situation is the weirdest thing. It's hard to tell whether he's done or not. If he is, what a disappointing end to the run and not a proper goodbye. Yeah, funny you should say that, actually, because on the earlier stream we were saying, if this is the end, I wonder if he is going to AEW. Some people are starting to wonder that now. And that might explain why it's so subdued. Because WWE want to thank him, but they don't want to go over the top because he's about to go to the rival company. And so that would totally explain why we're doing what we're doing. You know, this is why he's talking about having a retirement year and talking about wrapping things up this year. But equally, it explains why, okay, you're talking about how you've got this year to retire, but actually you're about to be done at the Rumble. And it would explain it, to be honest. I've always said, when people have said about TNA and him wrapping it up in TNA, I've always said I struggle a bit with that, because unless he's going to leave WWE contract-wise and sign a TNA contract, why would WWE want to allow him to have his last match in TNA? There's money in that last match, that final match. There is money in that. And so I sort of feel like I can't quite get my head around him going to TNA and having his last match and having a last run there, unless he completely ends with WWE and then signs a TNA deal, right? Which he could do. But actually, if I think about it, AEW makes more sense. AEW makes more sense. And that would explain why WWE are being a bit muted. It's a balance. It's a real balance where they want to say thank you and they want to set it up as a big, important match. But they'll only give him, like, too much of a spotlight, too much of a final run, because he's literally about to end his contract and he's about to go to the rival company. So, yeah, I could see that happening. I really could. And if it does, it totally explains why things have gone the way they've gone. Because I agree. This feels very subdued, very muted. It's being overshadowed by the Rumbles. Yeah, I couldn't get my head around it. Why would you retire at Royal Rumble on this show in Saudi Arabia when the Royal Rumbles are going to be the main talking point? If Jericho's about to come back, that's going to be a major talking point. It's like, oh my God, did you see the Rumble? Jericho came back and AJ's retired. Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden it becomes and AJ's gone, rather than you getting more of the spotlight. Yeah, it's a weird one. It is a weird one. When we did a poll last time, it was like 55-45. People couldn't figure out if this is actually the end or not. So people were kind of divided on it. I think probably people are probably feeling the same. We could do a poll again, just see what the latest is. But when we did it last time, it was 55-45. Will AJ... I'm going to put leave WWE at the Rumble. Will AJ leave WWE at the Rumble? When we did this the other day, it came out 55-45. People said, no, he won't. Let's see where we are now, shall we? Sean said, imagine if AJ goes to AEW. He would be there with Edge. When he signed for an extra year, he was about to go to AEW then, but he stayed for an extra year, says Think Positive. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was close to going to AEW before. Edge had his last match in WWE and went to AEW. He did. Frankie said, I think AJ might be pulling that Edge retirement. Popper said, I think Johnny might leave too. Sieb said, if AJ is going to go to AEW, wouldn't WWE have known well in advance so they could give him at least a few final matches? For Finn, for example. Yeah, but they wouldn't want to. They wouldn't want to, would they? I mean, they don't want to showcase him a lot and build him up if they're about to lose him to the rival. I mean, this is where business comes in, and it may be, people are going to be divided on this, but WWE is a business. So you have got to showcase and build and invest in the talent that has got a future. If AJ's contract's coming to an end and you believe that he's about to, he might not tell you. He might or he might not. But if his contract's coming to an end and it looks like he's not going to renew, then you have to ask yourself, how much do you want to invest in giving him TV time and giving him opportunity if he's about to walk out the door, right? So it's one of those where obviously that's going to have been a conversation about him renewing. Apparently his contract's coming up in February. So I would imagine it's been a contract about renewing. They might not know if he is going to AEW or not. He might have told them, right? It could be he's gone, look, they've offered me this. What can you do? And then WWE have got a choice as to whether they're going to match it, if they can't match it. Who knows what's gone on conversation-wise. But if he is about to go to AEW, then WWE have got to make a decision as to, well, first of all, when do they know that he is definitely going? They could still be in conversation up until this week, couldn't they? If it's a case of renewing the deal, then WWE, we don't know when they found out he's definitely leaving. He could have told them in October, I'm definitely going, right? I'm not renewing, I'm going to AEW. Or he might have not said that, and he might have said, well, look, I'm open to talking. And so they might have been having negotiations. And I suppose the point I'm making is, at what point did everyone know I am done at the Rumble? At what point did WWE know? At what point did he know? Without that information, it's kind of hard to know when they started booking his final run, So there's a lot of unknowns. So I think WWE are always going to want to do what's right for their company first. And if they feel like showcasing talent that's going to remain with them past February, past January into going into Mania, giving that talent TV time instead, I can't say they've made the wrong choice, to be honest. I think it makes sense as a business to use your TV time and use your platforms to showcase the talent that's going to be sticking around rather than the talent that's leaving and about to go to a rival. AJ can answer this, but if he's planning to go to AEW, why wouldn't WWE do more when we've got a TNA relationship? It's hard to wrap my head around. Again, for me, it's not hard to wrap my head around. It's kind of hard to put into words, because I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, this is not WWE parting ways with AJ. This is AJ seemingly parting ways with WWE and just not renewing, if that's what's happening, right? Because his contract ends in February. At what point did he make that decision? I am not staying. I don't know. And even if he made his mind up, say, October time, at what point did he say to WWE, I'm definitely going? I don't know. So how can WWE book a final run or do whatever, or do a TNA match or whatever, when negotiations might have been going up till January? And they could have been still chatting about money and, well, I've got this offer on the table. Can you match it? I'm going to have to get back to you with that. I mean, I just don't know when they knew I ain't re-signing. I don't know when he made it clear, I ain't re-signing. And we've heard, haven't we, about like some of these negotiations that go right up to the deadline. I think Drew's went up to the deadline. Santos, found out he got released. He was done. They announced he was gone. And then there was another meeting that happened after that. And then they announced he had re-signed. So you never quite know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know that this is like they knew for 4 or 5 months in advance. I don't know that that's true. Because these negotiations can go right up to the wire. So without knowing kind of what was going on behind the scenes, it makes it hard to try and then work out why they didn't do a different sort of run for him. But what I would say is I just go back to my earlier point, which is the company's always going to do what they think is the right thing for their company. And if that means investing their TV time into people that are staying, rather than someone that's potentially leaving, I can understand that. That makes sense to me. Why you wouldn't give him a TNA match, I can't answer that one. I don't know. But then again, I can't answer it because I don't know when they knew he was definitely going. And to be honest, I'm sat here and I still don't know if he's going. I mean, we're sat here chatting away, acting as if he's definitely leaving at the Rumble. But I don't know that he is. He could absolutely get the win against Gunther and carry on. And then all of a sudden we'll be like, oh, okay, that's why they didn't make a big deal out of this being the end. Because it's not the end. And he's carrying on. So, yeah, I mean, that's what... This is a difficult conversation and it's hard to wrap your head around because we don't know if he's going or not. If he is going, we don't know when WWE found out about it. We don't know when he made his mind up about it. And without all of that information, it's hard to put pieces together. It's like trying to do a jigsaw puzzle with half the puzzle missing. Right. Millennial said, wouldn't make more sense to make if AJ loses, he leaves WWE, more than if AJ loses, he retires. If AJ loses, he leaves... No, because if you do that, then the speculation will be that he is going elsewhere, isn't it? If you say, if AJ loses, he's got to leave WWE, doesn't that then spark conversation of, oh, well, he's going to lose and he's going to go to AEW? Isn't that just a way of people speculating that he goes to AEW? Whereas if you word it, if AJ loses, he retires, doesn't that sort of suggest that he's done for good? I mean, in WWE's mind, he's done for good, isn't he? WWE do not want to promote AEW. They do not want to promote AEW. So if you say that AJ, if he loses, he leaves WWE, the next logical step is to go, oh, so where would he go? And then people will start speculating about AEW. But if you say AJ loses and he retires, that does kind of make it seem like it's done and it's over and it's ended. And so then there'll be less speculation about him going to a different company. So he absolutely could go to AEW because, I mean, he'll be out of WWE and he can do what he wants. But WWE probably were quite clever to word it that way, actually. That way it kind of cuts down on the speculation. If Finn takes someone's spot, says Hardy Punk, what sequence will he contribute to the Rumble? If Finn, well, it depends whose spot he takes, doesn't it? Depends what number he comes in at. So yeah, again, trying to put pieces together on that. I mean, some people are thinking that it's going to be him and Punk so I think he could be in there, and we know Punk's around. So, you know, could Punk get involved in the Rumble and cost Finn? Because Finn attacked Punk. So is it going to be a case that Finn now gets his revenge? Could it be that Dominic accidentally eliminates Finn? Could it be something along those lines? So these, I suppose, would be the things that we would be looking out for. You have to sort of make it fit the bigger picture. And the bigger picture for Finn is seemingly a match with Punk at Elimination Chamber. So I think Punk eliminating Finn after what happened the other day would make sense. But equally, there's a lot of people thinking that WrestleMania could be Dominic versus Finn. So do you plant the seed for that? So I've got to think if he does get in the Rumble, it's going to be that he's going to do one of those kinds of moments. Maybe both. Perhaps Finn accidentally eliminates Dominic, if Dominic's in it, right? Accidentally eliminates Dominic, and then whilst he's in the ring, CM Punk comes down and eliminates Finn. Perhaps you tick both of those boxes. Duran said, I think AJ is going to lose at the Rumble, and he's going to sign with TNA in storyline, and then he'll get a revenge match at Mania. Danny said, I don't know if we've touched on it, but AJ has referenced on his Raw promo, WWE career will be over, when talking about potential of losing the match. Not the career, but specifically WWE, says Danny. Well, it's interesting. I mean, honestly, my thoughts on this have gone back and forth. And I think it is hard to figure out because the build of it has been underwhelming. And so you can look at that and go, no. AJ retiring at the Rumble in Saudi Arabia. I mean, yes, the Royal Rumble is a big show. You know, we spoke about earlier about how Jericho, if you're bringing him in, you bring him in at the Rumble. People are spending $29.99. You know, you need to see moments. But the truth is that when you're this close to WrestleMania, it's really hard to see AJ walking away from WWE in Saudi Arabia when you could go in America at WrestleMania, which is a much bigger show, obviously. Doesn't get necessarily more viewers, but it's a bigger stage. It's WrestleMania. It's the grandest stage of them all, right? So I sort of feel like it's one of those situations where it just doesn't really make much sense. But then, you're right. You look at it and go, okay, what if he is going to AEW? Does that then mean that that's why we've kind of had it subdued? Because we don't want to hype it up. Because he's leaving for our rival. He's going to this other company instead. So that would make a bit more sense then. That would kind of explain why we've kind of been a bit quiet with it, right? And we've not done a bigger final run, right? But that's just speculation. There's no word that he's definitely going to AEW. And I would think that WWE would want to try and do what they could to prevent that. Because if AEW sign AJ Styles, even if he's only going to be around for the rest of this year, it's got to be a good boost for them. I mean, it's one thing to have, like, Tommaso show up, right? And, you know, that created a bit of a buzz. But, I mean, personally, I don't see that as being any kind of needle mover. You know, he was, you know, a big name in developmental. He wasn't that big of a name on the main roster. So I don't see that doing much for them. But AJ Styles, that feels much more significant. I think WWE would want to do what they could to try and avoid that. But then, you know, saying that, they didn't do that when Edge went. You know, I would have thought that they would have wanted to have avoided Edge going over to AEW. But unfortunately, it happened, you know. And I say unfortunately because I think it is unfortunate. I think it upset a few WWE fans that Edge left and went over there. But as well as that, I think it was unfortunate for Edge because I don't think he necessarily wanted to. I think he did it because he wanted a full-time deal and WWE wouldn't give him one. And so he didn't really have a choice. So I think it was a bit unfortunate, to be honest. So you'd think they'd want to try and avoid that this time around, but perhaps there is no avoiding it. So I just don't know. It's a tough conversation because is he going? Is he not going? If he does go he go to AEW? Like, yeah, I don't know. I can't quite get a read of it. In the lead up, I said that I thought he was staying because it didn't feel right. But Shinsuke dropped that note, didn't he, the other day, where Shinsuke claimed he had a conversation with AJ at the end of last year, and he said, do you know where you're wrapping it up? And apparently AJ said Royal Rumble. I've made my decision. Shinsuke deleted that. And I don't know if he deleted it because he wanted it to leak out and he was being a bit cheeky. But to be honest, that's not really Shinsuke's style, is it? I can't give you examples of when Shinsuke has done that before. So I can't really make out that was like a lie or fabricated. I feel like there's probably a lot of truth to that. So I actually changed that. I thought was significant. And I went from saying I'm leaning towards that he's staying, and actually that was enough for me to go. No, I think after Shinsuke dropped that note, I'm probably leaning more towards him going now. But I agree, it's a difficult one to get a read of. Right, Daze, whether tomorrow Rumble is going to be a phenomenal show or a poor show, will it do anything for excitement for the first Mania outside of Saudi? I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. I mean, I think the fact we've done a purpose-built stadium, got a nice big stage, and we're doing this for the Rumble means I think we all know that the presentation of that Mania will be good. So I don't know that I'm not like terribly down on Mania being in Saudi. I'm not crazy about it. I think that, but I don't know. I mean, we've not seen kind of how tomorrow goes. I think tomorrow is a big show for them because a lot of those Saudi shows, they leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth. And it's not Saudi's fault, actually. It's WWE's fault. WWE tried to put on these shows that are all sort of sizzle. They try to do, I can't help but think about Goldberg, Undertaker. I can't help but think about things like flipping WWE trying to do their own World Cup. Do you remember that? The World Cup was on, and WWE tried to capitalize by doing their own Wrestling World Cup. And it turned out everyone in it was American. Do you remember that? I'm not even lying. Everyone in it was flipping American. And then we get to the final, which I believe was in Saudi. And didn't Shane McMahon put himself in it when he had never been in it? Miz gets injured, and so Shane McMahon just goes, I'll be in the final. So we watched this whole tournament, this World Cup that featured nothing but Americans. We get to the final after doing this tournament, and then Shane McMahon just goes, don't worry, Miz, I'll go in it. After Miz got injured. And you're like, why the hell did I watch a tournament? What was the point in a tournament if last minute you're just going to book someone to put themselves in? And honestly, Saudi has just really suffered. I mean, look at flipping Crown Jewel. Look at the fact that we do champion versus champion. The winner gets an absolute nonsense belt that none of us care about. It has no prestige, but it's just champion versus champion, innit? Oh, God. Honestly, it's a long list. I mean, think of the disaster that was DX against Brothers of Destruction with Kane's mask falling off and flipping Triple H tearing his flipping tricep, bicep, pectoral muscle, whatever. I mean, it's just been a nightmare. For me, think about the greatest Royal Rumble that wasn't that great. And then, of course, people obviously talk a lot about the women have to cover up and the time difference. And I don't know, you've just got all this kind of baggage, really. So for me, I don't worry about some of those things. But I think what people are looking for is just like a really good show. Really good show where you go, do you know what? Damn, that was so much fun. And actually, if we can do that tomorrow, I think that would be really well received. We are underway, by the way, and I have started the coverage. So we're just seeing superstars arrive right now. Obviously, I've already seen this show, but we'll be watching it again. Right. William said Daze Edwards sent you something later. If you look at it later. Okay. Okay, we're just seeing back to Saturday night's main event. Jaden said, you're telling us things we would rather forget. I know, but to be honest, that's the reason why people are a bit down on these Saudi shows. I mean, obviously people know blood money and all that stuff, But I mean, it doesn't help that a lot of those shows, and I would say more earlier shows, 2018, 2019, things like Cain Velasquez versus Brock Lesnar, things like Braun Strowman against Tyson Fury. This is what we were doing. These are things that are just really some of the worst stuff we've done in WWE over the past 10 years has been in Saudi Arabia. And so when you think Saudi, you don't think quality. I don't think the average fan thinks quality. So it's not about having a pop at Saudi. It's just about being honest about the quality of the shows has just been appalling. And so when you think, oh my God, they're going to have the Royal... That's my favourite show, is the Royal Rumble. I love the Rumble. And we're going to do it... We're going to Saudify it. You kind of go, oh God. But the thing is, if tomorrow goes well, if the Rumble goes well, I mean, you got to say respect for the stadium, respect for the stage. I think as well, under Triple H's booking, the Saudi shows have been better. Still not perfect, but they've been better. I mean, really, you know what the Saudis want? They want their shows to feel like WrestleManias. And instead, the main events are two champions battling for a made-up nonsense belt that we only see once a year. WWE would love for that Crown Jewel Championship to matter and for the fans to care. They don't. And so, yeah, I mean, look, I think tomorrow's looking good. I think the card's good. Sami against Drew. I ain't down on that. AJ potentially retiring or leaving WWE. That's obviously is a big deal. And then the two Rumble matches. I mean, yeah. It can't great. Let's go. As long as they don't do anything flipping stupid. It should be great. Okay, we're seeing a shot of the Riyadh Season Stadium. Riyadh Season Stadium. I wonder if they are using it for boxing or something else. I don't know. Rock's daughter left WWE. Yes. Yes. We are live. Daze wondering, what do we think about Ava stepping away and not renewing? We spoke about it, but does that make the show better? No, I don't think so. Who do we think could replace her? I'd have Paige. I don't think it makes the show better. I think, the stuff that she was doing was stuff that was written for her. So some of her decisions were a bit weird, but that's not because she was making them. She's only ever doing what's on the script, what's on the run sheet. So you can change the person in the position. The position's still going to be the same. So I don't think it makes it a better show. I didn't have a problem with Ava. It was just some of the decisions she made, people kind of were like, what? But the truth is, she was never really making those decisions. She's not a real GM. Here's Cody making her way down. Are women forbidden from the live events? No. I don't think they've ever been forbidden from the live events. Before, it was the case they used to have to go and be with... At the beginning, they used to have to go with a man, which was another problem. But no, there's women there. I've just spotted a few women. To be honest, though, I don't know that the women particularly care about WWE. I don't know that it's kind of, we've done quite a bit in America to kind of get women interested. I'm not sure they particularly care in Saudi Arabia. So, I think it's more of a male kind of demographic thing. But I've spotted a few women in the crowd. Uncle Revel said, I'll only get to watch the first half of the Rumble. Then I'm going to hop on a bus and I'm going to go to Toronto to watch Ghost in concert. What, the film? The men's Rumble will be watched on a bus. Oh my God. Is that where, Patrick Swayze has got his arms around that woman and they're doing pottery? You're going to watch that, are you, bud? Well, enjoy it. Okay, Cody has made his way down. Wrestling fan said, I like this stage. Okay, we got Cody in the ring. So Cody's getting like really great support. Which, you know, he's got a smile on his face. He can feel the love. Fans waving torches around, lights around. Probably phones around, actually. I half expected to come down trading punches with Jacob. So Drew McIntyre gets a mention. Let's go. The crowd is hype, said Flame Fist. Yeah. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Look at them bouncing up and down. Big cheer there by the crowd as Cody said, looks like you're ready for the Rumble. I doubt there'll be many Americans or Europeans or Canadians in the crowd. I don't know many people that are going, said Think Positive. It's a very passionate crowd, to be honest, over there. They are a very engaged fan base. There's some Cody chants. I think he gets the vibe of this wrong, you know. Cody said he wants to win the Rumble for a third time. And the crowd start chanting no. He can hear it. Sami gets a mention. There's big cheers. Daze, how are you doing? Keep up the good work. Ramona, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. No for a third time for Cody. Yep. CM Punk, you're still the World Heavyweight Champ. We've got to do this eventually. And that sparks CM Punk chants. So he says, I'm going in with all the belief. I've won it not once, but twice. They hit the music and out comes Randy Orton. Okay, Randy is making his way down. I hope WWE gives Cody the Rumble win so that people will hate him even more, says Brony. Yeah, I mean, like, there is that growing sort of backlash there. I mean, the problem is the character is vanilla. And they've got to make some changes to this character. I mean, he can't just come out and be as sweet as apple pie and all that kind of stuff. Like, they've got to make this character more interesting. This character has got to evolve. And I just don't know why they're not learning that lesson. I mean, how loud do they want the resentment against him to get? Randy making his way down. Cool intro for Randy, says Bones. TJF said, I've sent my entry for that web comp to Tommy. Okay. Is that the right thing? Is he trusted, or should I send it to you? No. Send it to him. He's trusted. I send him stuff during the streams, whatever. He gets it also. I don't think we've ever really done a big thing like this, though, where we get people sending stuff to Tommy. So, yeah, I don't have a reason to not trust him, but that's great. I'm glad you took part. Looking forward to seeing what gets sent over. Brony said, you probably talked about this before, but what do we think about Ava leaving? That one shocked me, says Brony. Yeah, it shocked me as well. I don't really have any thoughts because, I mean, it was shocking. I didn't expect it. But, I mean, no one knows anything apart from the statement she put out that she decided to not renew. And so, really, all you're left doing is just speculating the reason why. And I'm really trying to not do that. Can I just say, look, the light's on right now. You can see people going all the way back. So, I mean, there's a decent amount of people there. I think as the show gets on, it gets darker. It's harder to see how many people are there. But the light was on then, and you could see as Randy got in the ring, there's people kind of going back quite a distance. There's a bit of chatter about there being some empty sections, and there absolutely could be. Not for a second do I think this whole stadium is full for this show, but I still think there's a decent crowd there. I mean, you can tell from the noise, and if you look in the background now, you can see, like, the people go up. I mean, we're looking at a good 20, 30, oh, I don't know, how many rows is that? Look, as it's panning back, look, you can see people all the way up. Look at all the lights. There was just it. Look at all them lights there with Randy in the ring. It's there was this chatter about the stadium like having big empty sections. Yeah, look at that shot there. All those lights go all the way to the very back, don't they? Randy said, Saudi Arabia, I love you guys. Randy goes over to Cody. They're asking to RKO him. So Randy just having a word with Cody said, no one was more proud of you than me. Daze, how many times are they going to tease Cody, Randy? Just give us the feuds. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't really want the feud until we actually fix this Cody character. Randy says there's nothing more dangerous than a viper chasing number 15. Okay. Randy deserves 15, said K-Dub. Shining Wizard said, as I've said before, the empty seats are planned because they want a big crowd for tomorrow, said Shining Wizards. Sean said, is it just me, but I think Roman should never win the World Championship because he buried the title, said Sean. I think you'd find a few people disagreeing with that. Here's Jay. Benny said, I hope they get Maven, Undertaker elimination. I hope we get that. But this time, just use Kit Wilson. Maybe he eliminates Lesnar, where we probably won't see Wilson for quite some time afterwards. Brony said, how would you book Cody? It's tricky because he's the biggest face and he sells loads of merch. But at the same time, he's getting more and more heat and hate from the fans for being bland and dull. I think you got to stop being bland and dull. I think part of the problem is, you know, he's coming out here, cutting a promo at the start of this show, saying, like, you know, how Drew thinks he's being clever, thinks he's being witty, but with his Twitter fingers, but, you know, he's kind of laying into... But the thing is, people think that's cool. The stuff that Drew does is interesting and it entertains. So you can't come out and basically lay into that and say it's cringe or say that it's, you know, not becoming of a champion. Because the thing is, you're just coming across like a real nerd. Do you know what I mean? You can't come out and go, oh, all the stuff you're doing online, Drew, it's not big, it's not clever. Because everyone in the crowd's going, oh, I think it's really funny. I think the stuff that Drew does is entertaining, and actually you're making yourself look a bit dweeby by coming out with something like that. You know, Cody comes out and is like, Drew, what you don't understand is there's loads of kids that watch this product. There's loads of kids that watch WWE, and you're letting those kids down. I mean, this is the kind of cringy stuff that I think WWE think the fans are going to be like, yeah, that's right, Drew. You should be there for the kids. I'm sorry. Most fans are like, F the kids. F the kids. Do you know what I mean? I have been at work all day. I want to be entertained. Yeah? I've been at work. I'm back home. I ain't sat there worrying about the flipping kids. So I think the content of his promos has really got to evolve. I think he's got to come out with more interesting lines himself. He's got to find that edge. And honestly, I think it is going to be challenging. I think they've got to get the content of the promos right. I think he's got to stop being such a flipping wet lettuce. And, I mean, look, I would really, if I was working in creative, right, Sami's coming out, by the way. If I was working in creative, I would really love that challenge of evolving the Cody character without turning it heel, because I really strongly believe you can do it. I genuinely believe it can be done. I think I could do it. I think I could evolve that character without turning him heel. I think you could still get your merch sales. You could still have him there for the kids, but just make him a bit edgier. And actually give him some interesting lines, and do you know what I mean? If he was quite funny in his promos and was more no nonsense, didn't stand there about to burst into tears all the time, I think that you could still save him as a babyface. Because people like Cody. I think there is, like, he's a nice guy. Do you know what I mean? He's a husband, he's a family man, he's the son of Dusty Rhodes. Everyone was with him for finishing the story. It's just people were willing to overlook when he was trying to finish his story any sort of weaknesses in the character, because they really wanted him to finish the story. But the problem is we followed that up with no creative, and then, you know, any kind of weaknesses in the promos or anything like have now come to the forefront. So yeah, I mean, look, there's work that needs to be done. There's absolutely no one that can say that you just keep doing with Cody what you're doing and it's going to work. You've got to evolve this character, and if you don't, the backlash against him is going to get so loud. You're going to have to turn him heel. And do you know what? If they turn him heel, fine. If he goes heel, fine. I mean, it'll be a refresh for the character. But I'll tell you now, if they turn him heel, they failed. Creative once again have failed. Because I am sat here still seeing no evolution of this character whatsoever. It's like they are sleepwalking their way to disaster. And I don't know. It's like the flipping Titanic, innit? The ship is heading for the iceberg. Can someone do something? And it is so frustrating that we can all see it and WWE are not doing anything about it. And the thing is, if you do Cody against Randy and Randy's the heel, I can't even guarantee the fans are going to side with Cody. People love Randy, and people will side with the heel Randy. So we've got Sami in the ring. We've got Jay. We've got Randy. We've got Cody. We've got Sami. Abdullah said, do we think Randy's going to win 15? When do we think he'll get it? He's been a long time since he won a title. I really want him to get it. I think he could get it. I think he could get it as a heel. I don't know that he's going to break Cena's record. We were having that chat earlier. Sami says he's never beaten Drew. But I've never lost a match here in Saudi Arabia. I want to walk out the new WWE champ. It won't be Drew waiting for you. It's going to be me, says Sami. Here's Heyman. It's Heyman. Steve said, do we think Cody is just another Cena Roman, a face at the time, and they've got nothing creatively? Says Hasib. Yeah, I think there's a long line of baby faces that fans kind of push back against. I mean, to be honest, Roman needed character evolution. He got it. You know, he got it with the tribal chief thing. They turned him heel. If there was a way of just giving him a bit of an edge and keeping him babyface, I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard to say because, you know, it all goes down during the pandemic. But I think we knew that the Roman character hadn't quite clicked. It's been different with Cody. I mean, Cody actually didn't get those split opinions. He had the crowd. The thing with Cody is he had a mission. You know, the thing for him was that he needed to win that championship, and he had been Stardust, and his dad had never done it, and his brother had never done it. And so, you know, he really benefited from that. The problem that Cody's got is that it kind of has fallen apart after that. And I find it so frustrating. It really annoys me because this is not stuff that no one saw coming. But yeah, it's true. You know, Cena had that split reaction. Roman had that split reaction. Cody's now going through that split reaction. Heyman says tomorrow it's going to be Braun Breaker's night. But how many times has Paul got to tell people about each member of the... I know, yeah. It's very repetitive, isn't it, Billy? I agree. So, we can all see where this is going. There's 4 members of the Vision on the entrance stage. There's 4 baby faces in the ring. Here's Nick Aldis. We can all see where this is going. Let's give Riyadh a Royal Rumble preview. Bron Breakker likes it. I don't think... Do you know what? I didn't even notice that, actually. But Bron Breakker, when that match is announced, he's standing on the entranceway like, yeah. I think that would have been a lot better if the others were doing it and he was just standing there staring rather than him being like, yeah. I didn't even notice that first time around. United States Championship Open Challenge. That coming up next, right? I think tomorrow. Have we got this? Rumble ad. Thank you, wrestling fan. Rumble ad, and then I think commercial break in it. Already half an hour done. The city. The excitement. It's these flipping things that make me go, oh, actually, Riyadh looks quite good. Royal Rumble. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. Experience. Book your tickets now. Bum, 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 bum. And pause. Right, let me know when we're back. Couple of minutes, we'll get some thoughts. Okay, Seeb said, do we think fans know guys like Cena, Roman, Cody are handpicked by the company, so they choose to boo them to show they don't want those guys shoved down their throats? Yes. I do think fans know that, and I think fans grow reluctant against that. So, yeah, I mean, that was always the thing with Roman. It felt like this could have been different, though, because the fans sort of chose Cody. They wanted him to finish his story, and he did it. And they were still with him after. I mean, it's not like as soon as he won it, everyone was like, right, that's done. People were still with him, but, I mean, you really needed to hit your stride. You needed to follow it up with some really compelling stuff. I think, to be honest, this backlash, it would have come at some point. I don't know that you can keep the wolf from the door forever. I mean, I would point to Hulkamania and the fact that that was absolutely running wild in the 80s. But by the time you get into like 90, 91, I mean, it's really starting to run on fumes. And, there's plenty of boos for him and the backlash against him. Everyone's on board with Hulk Hogan by the time you hit in 92, 93. It had run its course, but I mean, it had been running for like 7 years by that point. So I think this backlash, it's always going to come. But I think for it to have arrived as quickly as what it did is a real reflection of the poor creative that Cody has had to deal with. And as I said, I don't think they help him. I mean, I don't know if he writes his promos or they write his promos, but it's a lot of times where it's all goody two-shoes stuff, It's all like that kind of white meat babyface stuff, which I just don't think it's going to land. I mean, it's going to maybe land with kids. That's right. But like adults, they're a bit more complex, And I just sort of feel like a lot of what gets said, like, it's just dull, vanilla, boring. It doesn't carry much weight. It's all just goody two-shoes nonsense. Which, as I said, might work with kids, which is why they kind of resonate with him. I mean, I like Cody, and the reason I like Cody is because he's a Rhodes, and this is his life. And I always appreciate people that have really struggled and have had to overcome. And, oh, my God, this guy was Stardust. This guy was Stardust, and he was getting nowhere fast. And, like, he then had to walk away, and leave the company. And we've seen a lot of people leave the company and never find their way back. I mean, he had to leave the company, go to New Japan, work the indies, become the American Nightmare, ends up starting AEW with his friends. I mean, like, the journey he goes on, he gets himself into a better position whereby he can come back and be a bigger star. But he did that work. WWE didn't do that work. They weren't telling him what to do outside the company. He did that work. We're back. Thank you. So I got so much respect for the journey he's been on. He doesn't find the WWE Championship till he's like 38, 39. I mean, think about that. People are hoping that 28-year-old Obafemi is going to be WWE champion over this year or next year. Cody never had that journey. He's the son of Dusty Rhodes, which I'm sure helped and opened some doors for him. But it didn't get him to the main event because he was Stardust. And he looked like he was just going to be the next, not failure, but do you know what I mean? Dusty didn't get it done. Dustin didn't get it done. It just felt like Cody was the next one that was not going to get it done. So I got a lot of respect for the journey that he's been on. And the fact he was able to make himself a bigger star, get himself back, get the fans behind him, finish the story. WrestleMania 40, it's so special. It's such an amazing moment. And that backlash, it was always coming. It was always going to come. But it did not need to be as early as what it was. And now we're in a situation where, okay, you're starting to lose online. That's starting to show in the stadiums, in the arenas, right? I think him getting cheered is great. That shows the fans still like him. But when he says about winning the Rumble for a third time, the fans are like, nah. And we actually get no chance in Saudi Arabia. And it ain't going to take long for American crowds to pick up on that and for it to bleed into America. So it's a slippery slope, innit? We'll have to see what they decide to do. But at the moment, they're sleepwalking their way to having to turn him heel because they're going to run out of goodwill. They're going to run out of support. He'll have the kids. And, you know, he still shifts a lot of merch. But it ain't going to be a great visual if he comes out and the adults are booing him and he's close to tears every flipping week, is it? He can't help it. When people are booing in the ring, he's like having to bite his tongue, isn't he? There's a jolt of the head as he's trying to keep them tears back. So, problems for Cody Rhodes. Okay, Carmelo is in the ring and he's going to be taking on a mystery opponent. K-Dub said, I was at work earlier. I missed it live. Right, Phoenix. Ray Phoenix is making his way out. Now, I really want us to pay attention to this match. Because I don't know if we had a good read of it earlier. I didn't get a good read of it earlier. So I want to see how this goes down, to be honest with you. I want to see what people think. To be honest, we was talking about Ray Phoenix quite a bit, and we was talking about how much his music sucks. And him, like, with his arms outstretched, looking like an aeroplane. To be fair, Cody didn't get booed until he mentioned winning the Rumble for a third time, which is reasonable for fans to boo that, says Brony. Yeah, but, I mean, we know, don't we, that is... that is... not like, you know, the full story. It's not like they only booed him because they don't want him to win the Rumble. We know there's that growing backlash. I mean, you don't have to spend long online to see what people are saying. And that's fine. I mean, look, people are entitled to support who they want to support. Like, that's one of the great things about wrestling is we all have our favourites and whatnot. But, oh, God, that one really sticks in my throat, that one, because they have dropped the ball so drastically. And he comes across as such a nice guy as well. Like, it's a shame, isn't it, that you don't really do anything wrong. You're just a nice guy and, like, the fans turn on you. So I feel a bit sorry for him. But, hey, this is the entertainment business. You've got to entertain. And if your shtick is seen as being a bit vanilla and it's not entertaining, well, you know, that's the way it goes. Right, we are underway. Okay. So, Phoenix against Carmelo, and I really want to dial into this because, okay, nice work there, but a little bit wobbly, but Carmelo gets thrown across the ring. When this bell goes, I mean, Rey Fenix is a great talent. Carmelo goes over the top to the outsides. Phoenix takes the legs away from underneath him. Phoenix is perched. Big boot coming in as Carmelo goes down. Phoenix. He keeps doing this aeroplane thing. Stop it. Corkscrew plancher lands on top of Carmelo. Okay, I think we're at commercial break because all of a sudden, bang, Phoenix was just back in the ring. So, commercial. Yes, let's go. Oh, okay. Daze, make him Randy a heel again. It would be wonderful. It'd give more life to his Viper persona, says Let Him In. I agree. I'd do that. Yep, I'd do that. Matt Pete said they dropped the ball. He's topping merch sales and he's getting huge pops when he comes out. How's that dropping the ball? Well, because of the growing resentment against him. I mean, they're dropping the ball in the sense of he got to the height of WrestleMania 40 and, you know, the kids are on board with him. But, you know, there is that growing backlash against him, which is growing. I mean, over recent months, you know, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, we've kind of seen that noise get louder. And actually now we're starting to see that in the arenas. So we kind of can see where this is heading. You know, the example I gave earlier is like being on the Titanic and watching the iceberg approach. So it's like we're just going straight for it. Like we're dropping the ball because we're not changing direction. Like we are just heading straight for this iceberg. And it feels like we're going to get to the point where, you know, he's going to get split chance whenever he comes out. When I think that can be avoided just by making sure this character doesn't go stale, but it's going stale. So they're dropping the ball. Mayor Pete said, if the growing resentment is 10%, don't like him instead of 5. Who cares? This is going to make him a top heel at one point. Well, it's a problem because it's 10% now, but you fast forward a month, it might be 15%, and you fast forward a bit further down the road, you're heading towards hitting that iceberg. Mayor Pete said the iceberg is in turning heel. Well, the iceberg is that sort of growing resentment where you don't give yourself much option to turn him heel. So, yeah, you might have to turn him heel. But the thing is, you don't have to. I mean, the thing is, WWE have got a babyface there who is a really well-liked babyface and had a great moment at WrestleMania 40, and the kids really like him. And, I mean, you don't have to lose the adults. He doesn't have to lose that adult support. You've just got to evolve the character. The character's just got to move forwards. So, yeah, I mean, we are heading straight for the iceberg, which would be a forced heel turn because you didn't address the situation earlier. So, yeah, you know, you end up turning him heel, and I just don't think you have to do that. I don't think you have to hit that iceberg. I don't think you have to put up with this growing resentment, which is really frustrating as the weeks and months go by, that we're hearing these kind of crowd reactions shift. We can hear it. I'm sure they can hear it, but no one's doing anything about it, and it's just really frustrating. So, you know, turn him heel, and, well, I don't know what that's going to do to the merch sales. I'm not really bothered. Merch sales might be fine if you turn him heel, but I think it can be avoided. So, but it's just frustrating that we're just sort of just doing more of the same. Show is back, says the Beach Kevin. Let's go. Daze, I think Roman's going to win. I can't fit him into the world title picture. Cody, Drew, Jacob feel set. To me, they want Braun in a world title match at Mania, and that's with Punk. I think Roman wins, but I can't fit him into a world title picture. Cody, Drew, Jacob feels set. Braun in a world title match with Punk. It doesn't have to be Braun. If Seth comes back, you could do Braun Seth. You could do Braun Seth because Seth, I think, will make it back for WrestleMania. He'll likely go after Braun. I think that gets him out of a title picture, and that's acceptable. And so then you could end up with Roman kind of getting into that. Plus also, Cody Jacob could be the play. It doesn't have to be Cody Jacob and Drew. So I think there's definitely movement there. Carmelo has nailed Rey Fénix. He goes down. Michael said most of WWE's success is in doing non-WWE things like made famous elsewhere and saying it's their idea when it's not. Carmelo in the corner. Fénix charging over. Grabs the leg of Melo. Melo kicks Fénix back. Melo up top. And, oh, that's a sick move. That was sick earlier, and it's still sick. Carmelo coming off the corner. Getting a DDT. So, we quite quickly go to commercial break on this. That was sick. We're back now. Daze, isn't it kind of Cody's fault? With Cody in AEW, he can't be creative. He got booed out the building in AEW. I don't think it is Cody's fault per se, because I don't believe Cody's writing his own stories. I mean, AEW is a separate thing. So the way he's booked in AEW to me is irrelevant. You know, I don't know kind of what's going on behind the scenes with Tony Khan and all of that. So in regards to WWE, we know that Triple H has final say. We know there's creative teams. I'm sure that Cody has some input, but to me, it's the creative teams that carry the weight of, you know, coming up with the storylines. And I distinctly remember a scene where Triple H said to Cody, after WrestleMania 40 backstage in Gorilla, you know, leave this to us. We're going to run the plays. This is going to be so good. And it just wasn't. They just didn't put him in the right situation. So it's interesting, though. I mean, this is like arguably outside of Roman, their top babyface. So I know we're kind of spending quite a bit of time on it, but it's interesting. Kicks coming in. Carmelo goes down. Rey Fénix goes down. Both guys kicking out at each other. This match is not bad, honestly. Not bad at all. Fans in fine voice. I think it'll be Cody, Drew, Jacob, said Robbie, and Roman Punk. Daze, I hope we get Daze DLC, like a beanie pack for 2K26. People have made Daze figures before, to be honest, so not impossible. Right now, we've got Carmelo and Fénix getting back up to their feet. Chop coming in there by Carmelo as Fénix goes down. There's a "this is awesome" chant by the fans as they both clothesline each other and both guys go down. Okay, I think, are we going to commercial again? For Beach Kevin, thank you. So we go over to commercial. I think this match, I mean, I feel like this match has got some really good action in it, but I wonder if there's just too many commercial interruptions. I feel like we just went half an hour and there wasn't anything where we had, like, you know, Jay and Randy and all of them coming out. I feel like this match is, like, you know, getting a little bit of time and then bang, it's like commercial. I think it's kind of just stopping you from, like, really getting into it. But the bits that we're getting are not bad. Robbie said, I think Seth could eliminate Braun. Even if he's not cleared, he could hit a stomp or a distraction, and maybe that's how we get to Seth and Braun. K-Dub said, too much commercials. It's definitely messing up the flow. Flamefist said, I'm still watching it in adverts. Watching it on Netflix is way better, said Shiny Wizard. The only problem with watching it on Netflix is earlier they actually had ad breaks. But for some reason, when it gets saved as a video file, those ads get removed. So, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. But the problem is, like, they'll be fighting outside the ring, and then all of a sudden, they're back in the ring out of nowhere. Because that ad break's been removed, right? Those couple of minutes have been taken out. So it's a little bit jarring in that regard. Like, they were just down in the ring, and now they're up over in the corner. So it's a little bit weird in that regard. Better if you watch it live and you've got those ad breaks built in. David said, the commercials definitely throw off the vibe. It's you miss a bit too much from my liking. Flamefist said the crowd's hyped. They are, actually. They're quite good tonight. They're definitely here for a good time. That is one thing I'll say about Saudi, is that I think it had a bad reputation at first because you had all the rich people at ringside and they weren't making loads of noise. But actually, you know, we've replaced them with like real passionate, loud fans. And I don't know what work they've been doing in the area to grow the fan base. You know, there's maybe a lot of stuff that we don't see with work that they do over there, but it seems to be working. They definitely seem to be able to attract a fair number of people and, you know, get a very passionate, boisterous crowd. Trudeau. Is that it? Trudeau must go. Make Jordan Grace beat Jade for the title. Randy, 1973, said, I don't remember a crowd being this loud and active since WWE started going to Saudi. They've actually got better in recent years. They have been quite good. I think I'm not sure that I would use the pandemic as the example, but I would say just roughly pre-pandemic, I think they were still finding their feet. And we were getting a lot of rich people around the ringside area. Do you remember at first they had those big expensive chairs, like sofas? And we had like all these rich people and they would be like just on their phones and it was awful. I feel like that's kind of the vibe before, not totally, just at the beginning in 2018. I think we started to make some movement in 2019, but actually, I think there's been a lot of work that's gone on over the years. And yeah, past couple of years in particular, we've seen a lot more of an improvement. Fans have been chanting for Sami in the past and, you know, all of that. Lovely moonsault. 1, 2 by Rey Fenix. Kick out there by Carmelo. I mean, honestly, I completely agree with what people are saying. There's some really good action here, but the commercial interruptions have really disrupted the flow. It's hard to get into the match when, you know, you just get a little glimpse and then you're out again. But what you do see out of them is really, really good. I mean, if these two were to have like a PLE match, look at that by Carmelo. 1, 2, shoulder up by Rey Fenix. Wade Barrett said that's right out of a luchador playbook. Melo, don't miss. It's very good. Fight forever is the chant. Carmelo against the ropes. Big boot coming in there by Melo. Springboard DDT going for the cover. And kick out again there by Rey Fenix. Rumble predictions. Do we think we get Jericho and Paige? I think we get Jericho. I'm not convinced by Paige. I always feel like if you make it really obvious that you're sort of training and the Rumble's coming up, I don't know why you would do that. If I'm Paige, I want to shock the world, don't I? I don't want people to really know that I'm about to come out. We don't see Jericho training, teasing he's going to be in the Rumble. So, like, for Paige to be doing that sort of training makes me think she could be training to compete in Norwich in her family's promotion, you know? Doesn't mean that it's a WWE return, so... Not impossible, but I'm leaning towards a no for Paige. But I'm feeling pretty good about Jericho. I can't give you a reason why he won't. I think the big thing people point at is the fact that he's still listed on the AEW roster, but I don't really see that as a problem. I think they'll just take him off if he debuts at the Rumble. He'll just get moved. Carmelo is up and looking for nothing but nets. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do you know, that's going to be a really interesting one to score, to be honest with you. A really interesting one to score. We scored it earlier, and I'm going to score it again. I want to see what you lot thought about that. What did you think about that match? It's been a year of Phoenix, and he's not really done anything worth remembering, but he is a great talent, said Fionas. I want to see Santina win the Rumble, said K-Dub. Dragunov is looking good, said Lone Star Friends. We will see Dragunov later in this show. It was commercials that ruined that, says Brony. There's Dragunov. Okay. So Miz is making out that Carmelo came to him. But can that be believed? You cost me my match. 39 minutes before the Rumble starts, AEW lawyers call WWE and tell them they've added a year of injury to the contract, said Darom. Did he say your pain will entertain? He did. Your pain will entertain. Okay, we're at commercial. Have you got this advert, though? There's an advert on now, which is for some dates. San Antonio, New York, Pittsburgh, Houston, San Jose, Sacramento. There's nothing like live. 9 brand new events. Great match, but it was ruined by commercials. Great talents. Mello, the best wrestler, just about, said Simply Simon. Uncle Rebel said, do you remember when Miz's dad found Maurice's Playboy magazine? That was good TV, says Uncle Rebel. CT Dingo said, Daze, do we see them putting Bron in at 1 still? Well, I'll be really interested to see if that graphic is on. I bet it gets edited out. I'll be shocked if they allow that to air on USA Network. Why would you? Just change the camera angle. They'll have a different camera that they could cut to, or there'll be a video package they could drop over the top, or, you know, they'll just cut to a wide shot momentarily or something. So I'll be surprised if they show it. It's all over the internet. Whether that is enough to change it. I mean, the problem you've got is that obviously they've got this planned. They know when people are entering, who's going to throw who out. I mean, you could probably make a bit of a change, like change him to 1 to 3. It's not going to cause too much disruption. But if he doesn't come out at 1, I would still expect him to be early. Mainly because I think they probably want to run him as the Iron Man. I mean, if Bron was coming out at 1, and it feels like he probably was, then I think we're all expecting him to last. I mean, he's one of the favourites. He's a massive focus. I can't imagine that he would come out at 1 and be gone by 5 or 6, you know? So that says to me they probably had plans for him to be the Iron Man, and I don't think they would want to change those plans. So if they do change him and don't have him coming out at 1, then... if they don't have him coming out at 1, then I don't think they'll change it too much, because I think they'll still want him to be that Iron Man. Daze, who do we think about the idea of putting an NXT showcase match on the pre-show for PLE? Don't hate it, but the only problem is that I really believe WWE doesn't value pre-show matches because they don't feel like it really sells the pay-per-view. They are trying to sell the premium live event. They want people to watch that pre-show and think to themselves, I've got to watch this event, right? It's an advert. It's basically a way of going, don't miss this show. It's 2 hours of them going, you don't want to miss this. This is going to be so good. We're doing this match, and here's a video package, and we'll do an interview with this person, and let's go to the panel and we'll get their thoughts. You know, who do you think's going to win? What should we be keeping an eye out for? You know, let's bring a guest in. What are you excited for? You know, let's bring a celebrity and what are you looking forward to? Let's go backstage. We'll do another interview. Don't miss this show. And the only thing is, if you do like an NXT showcase match, how are you going to promote the premium live event that's coming up? Because honestly, I think that's why they don't do matches. Because I think they are so focused on just don't miss this show, don't miss this show. We're back. So, I mean, as someone that watches WWE all the time and does not need 2 hours of watch this show, which is what you're going to get tomorrow, I'd love it. Yeah. I'd love it if it was just matches, to be honest, because I don't need convincing. But I think genuinely that's what the countdown show is for. It's to try and get those last minute viewers, those people that maybe just don't know, you know. Restaurant said, I don't know about this show so far. Outside of that opening segment, it's been in commercial since then. I'm not kidding, says Wrestle Rants. Randy, shout out to you, buds. Firing in a membership, I appreciate it. Okay, they're just showing Brock announcing a couple of days ago that he is entering the Rumble. And we're just seeing some graphics. Javon and Jacob, Braun. There's all the vision. Penta, Solo, Ray, Jay, Javon. Do we think Seth will return? No, I'm not expecting Seth. Okay, there's R-Truth. R-Truth is on now, said the beach. Thank you. So we just got a little backstage segment with R-Truth. Spots are filling up fast, but you are in the Rumble, Damien. Damien about to select his number. But so many platforms. It just gives me more time to throw some falls out. So it definitely feels like he has got a very low number. So expect Damien to come out early. So that's interesting. That's something we got out of this show. I mean, not that it massively matters, but... We're backstage with Drew and Kathy. Mad Dog said, Daze, check green shirt guy was spotted. Check X green shirt guy was spotted. Green shirt guy is on the other side, isn't he, tonight, apparently? So he's not in the front row, but he is opposite. So it seems like he couldn't quite get his prime seating. But yeah, he did tweet out some pictures. He is there. He's just going through some hard times. Days we know Damien flops, says Flame Fist. Like Damien has a chance of winning, said Uncle Rebel. Triple A said, who's the final four in the Rumble? Who do we think will get the most eliminations? It's all in the predictions video, buds. Covered it. Did final four. Did most eliminations. Did winners. Ticked it all off. So Drew says, I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep this. Are you, Sami, going to do whatever it takes to take this? And maybe that's what it comes down to. Sami's going to have to choose. Do you want to be champion? But to do it, you're going to have to corrupt your morals. Or are you going to stay a good guy and fall short? He's going to fall short, isn't he? I believe it's commercial break again. Commercial break again. Daze, do we think the Rumble for 2027 will be revealed this weekend? It's going to be the biggest show of the year in America. I don't think so. Well, I don't think they do that, do they? Do they always announce the next year at that show? When did they announce Saudi? Don't think that was at last year's Rumble, was it? In my mind, I don't have it where we always announce next year's Rumble at the Rumble. Perhaps they do, and I've just not made that connection. I've just never thought about it. I can't say I am expecting it. I'm sure there will be some announcements, but I don't know that it'll be the next Rumble location, but it might be. Don't know. Never made that connection if that's what they do. I've never made... I don't go into the Rumble with that as, like, you know, where's it going to be? So I can't say I'm going into it with that, but be interesting to find out where it is. We know WrestleMania next year is in Saudi. So it'll be interesting to find out where it is. I wonder where it will be. I don't think they would do it international. I think they'll be back in America. But I don't know. I don't know where it'd be. I suppose it could be anywhere. Daze, does Damian Priest have a shot at winning the whole thing tomorrow? He's got a shot. I mean, there's no reason for me to say he's not. The only thing I'm going to say is there's no rumors of him being in any of the title matches. And I don't think anyone is necessarily expecting him to win, so his odds would be quite distant. But, I mean, you know, he's a wrestler. He's going to be in it. 30 people are in it. They've all got a chance. But he's not one of the favourites. Randy said, it's costly, but when Howdy goes up for sale Funko-wise, if you order a case of 6, you do get the chase. I've got every Brave figure, said Randy. Randy, shout out to you. Shining Wizard said, considering how much people watch WWE, the amount of commercials is an insult. Right, well, we are at commercial break still, and I must admit, it is frustrating. It is frustrating. Thankfully, though, I mean, I'm very fortunate that when we go to commercial break, I can just chat with you lot. Otherwise, I can understand, actually, like, sitting at home and just, like, constant commercial after... I wonder what people do. Do they go online or something? Do they go on their phones or... I don't know. I don't know what they do with all these flipping commercials. A lot of the times, like, I would... I don't know what I used to do. I can't remember what I used to do. I mean, a lot of the time I recorded the show, so I'd just fast forward, but yeah. We're back. Oh my God, I wasn't ready. I'll skip forward 10 seconds. We just got podcast chat. Podcast chat is what we've got at the moment. The same thing people do during commercials. People act like commercials is a new thing. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, we got EO, we got Rhea. Okay, we got a lot of Japanese. Kiana said, your friendship's not in any danger. It's not going to come down to you two in the Rumble. Don't worry about it. Here's Naya. Here's Lash. So it's just a bit of one of those segments, isn't it? I'm going to be in the Rumble. I'm going to be in the Rumble. Jaylee said, Naya looks better and better every week. Okay, here's Charlotte. Julia's fire, says K-Dub. Frank said, do we think the channel will be on YouTube in 100 years from now? Well, I won't be. I can tell you that much. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. King Yeti firing in some memberships, and look at that. People gobbling them up. Really appreciate it, buds. I think I really am tempted to change that members side a little bit and make, do a shorter streams, but more streams. Rather than for an hour. Do something on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday. We get so many people getting gifted memberships. I think doing more streams, but shorter ones would make sense. I'm really giving that some thought at the moment. So, our next stream is going to be Tuesday anyway. So we do 3 streams a week, and King Yeti is so supportive. The gifted membership thing is so kind. I really appreciate it, and it's great that people can experience that side, but I would just urge that people come and check that side out, I don't think people know where to really go, and we do members streams. If you are a member, you can just watch them, get access to them, you click on them, and it works. So our next one is Tuesday. We always do it 10 UK time, which is 5 Eastern. So... Randy said, so yeah, King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Robbie said, if I don't see Ethan or Ricky in the results of tonight's NXT house show, then I'm going to presume that one or both are going to be in the Rumble. Randy says, overall today, 4-figure fans pre-orders went up for Bray's Ultimate Legend Series 30 Mr. Fuji. Steve Austin, Michelle McCall, Jesse, Ultimate Series, Heel Cena, Chelsea Randy. There's so much stuff, says Randy. My wallet hurts. Okay, here is Alexa and Charlotte. Making their way into the ring. We're an hour and 10 minutes in. Charlotte wearing the kind of bodysuit. Looks kind of cool. Looks fine. Riyadh. Woo! Charlotte said she's going to win the Rumble, and she is going to WrestleMania. Okay, let's have a look at this. It's Anarchy. Shout out to you, buds. So, yeah, you lot scored it good 92, which it does feel quite harsh, actually. Because you could tell that those two were doing some really good work. So, it is a shame, but... I get what people are saying, like the commercial sort of disrupting the flow, but earlier we scored it good 93, and I did wonder if that was a bit harsh, but we've just watched it again and it's come out as good 92. Okay, so Alexa said she had the first women's match, WWE women's match in the Middle East. You're not listening. I like this bit. I'm going to hold your hand as I say this. Not everything is about you, Charlotte. Charlotte, shut up, said King Yeti. Looks like a green Power Ranger, said Flame Fists. Well, a sparkly one. Okay, here's Judgment Day. Watch me. There's Liv, Roxanne, Raquel. They make their way out on the entrance stage, so we're an hour and 15 minutes in. The two besties are fighting, says Liv. Daze, what accessories or gimmicks do we want to see figures have again? Probably not the best person to ask, to be honest, but because I don't really pick up that many anymore. I get the WWE Superstar figures, and I really like the cloth goods that come with those. I suppose just anything different, really. I would imagine, like, when I was collected, I mean, I always love belts. Belts are my number one, so different belts would always be my first choice. But I thought it was quite fun when Del Rio came with a little dog. Davey Boy came with a dog. I'm sure there's a Larry that's come with CM Punk. So I suppose it's quite difficult with accessories because it's got to sort of make sense. But, like, I don't know if EO's come with her trash can. But, I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because she's jumped off the War Games thing. So any kind of accessory that sort of makes sense with the wrestler, like a Lily doll with Alexa, makes sense. But my favorite was always belts. Always. That's why I got into figures. So any belts that have not been released would be of most interest. But you can never go wrong with chucking a kendo stick in there or a table in there. Or I remember a Shane McMahon coming with a flipping commentary table. If you got the Shane figure, you got a commentary table with it as well, which was kind of crazy. So there's been some pretty good accessories that have come with figures. Al Snow and Head, says Brandon. I am waiting for Daze to read William's comments. Well, I try to avoid them, to be honest. I do try to avoid them. Fun fact I learnt a few days ago was that Steve Blackman was in WWE in 88. He defeated David Sammartino in the Garden. He also defeated Mike Sharp, and he didn't return until 97. That is a fun fact. That is a fun fact. I bet WWE sent you a nice one, said Trudeau must go. Sent a nice what? Sorry, Nate. I assume you were. Daze, have you checked out the new MOTU action figures? No. Is that Masters of the Universe? No. Can't say I got an interest, to be honest. I'm at commercial break. The GOAT Steve Blackman says King Yeti. Bandit says Triple H and a sledgehammer. Yeah, makes sense. Jake and his snake. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, that was an exciting figure to get if you didn't have one. Getting Jake and Damien. Phoenix said it really feels like Liv is going to win the Rumble. She might have to take out someone from Judgment Day in order to do it. She's one of the favorites. I mean, I said earlier, someone asked earlier about what would be a surprise. And I was like, well, for the women, Liv, Bianca are the favorites. So I think anything outside of them is a surprise. And for the guys, Braun and Roman, so anyone outside of those two for me would be a surprise. You know, if Sami wins the Rumble or Cody wins the Rumble, that's a surprise to me. I'm not expecting that. I am genuinely expecting it to be either Liv and Bianca or Roman and Braun. Now, obviously not everyone's going to agree with that, but for me, anything outside of those, and it would be a surprise. So if Liv gets it, okay. Yeah, I can't say I'll be stunned. But I do have Bianca as the winner. But Liv's right there. Yeah, they are the two favourites. I am still waiting on my John Cena final match figure to be shipped, said Kashawn. John Cena. Yeah, it's not coming for a while, I don't think, those figures. I think they took the pre-orders, didn't they? But actually, I don't think the figure itself ships for a while. Which I saw people getting a bit down on, because I think they thought those figures were ready to go, but sadly they're not. They did try that actually back in the day. They did try speaking to this. Oh, it didn't work. They tried speaking to the talent at the start of the year to find out what they were going to be wearing at Survivor Series. And I think it was Bobby Roode, Alexa Bliss, and there was someone else, AJ Styles maybe. They spoke to them three, and they were like, what are you going to wear? What are you going to wear at Survivor Series? And they told them, and so they made the figures. And two of the three didn't even wrestle on that show due to injury or stuff like this. So, yeah, kind of crazy. Okay, shot coming in by Charlotte. We're underway with this match, by the way. It's Alexa and Charlotte versus Judgment Day. Okay, we know what our main event is. It's going to be a big 6-woman tag coming up. Randy said, Daze, Gunther beats AJ. Then at the Rumble, Gunther comes out to AJ's music. That would be Atomic Heat. Brock will win tomorrow, and then he's going to pick CM Punk, says Trudeau must go. Chad's going to win the Rumble, says Michael. Chad is going to win the Rumble. Okay, baseball slide there by Alexa. Right now, Alexa jumping out the ring. Chuck in Roxanne back in the ring. Sami is going to lose to Drew and then win the Rumble, says Empower. Randy said Gunther beats AJ. Shining Wizard said, do we need this match? No. Kick coming in by Roxanne. She's in there with Alexa right now. Brony said, Daze, I don't understand why members of the Vision are okay with Bron getting the spotlight and title opportunities. I need development. Do they just want to be background characters? No, I to be honest, I think they could have explained it better, but I think that I think this is sort of Bron's vision, to be honest, because he was the one that took out Seth. And so he was the one that kind of rebuilt it after that. I mean, if you remember, in that moment immediately after, it was his choice to go up to Bronson and go, do you want to be a part of this? And he went up to Heyman, and Heyman didn't know what was going on, and, you know, he sort of allowed him to be a part of it. So I sort of feel like Bron broke the Vision and then put it back together with pieces he wanted. And, you know, make no mistake about it, you know, if Bron didn't want Theory to be in this thing, he wouldn't be. If Bron didn't want Logan to be in, he wouldn't be. They've kind of proven themselves. And so he's happy for them to be around. So I think they all kind of see him as the leader. And I don't think they're in really a position where they can say, no, I want to win it. This is an authoritarian group where there is very much a leader of it. He doesn't really go front and center. He doesn't really he's not in that Roman position, but I sort of get the vibe that he's the one that is the spearhead. And I think it's quite clear, you know, he got the world title opportunity against CM Punk in early January. The others haven't been in that ballpark. And so I think they're in a position where they know he's the alpha. They know that he's the one that's trying to get to a world title. I think they're probably thinking, let's help him get to that. And then once he's got there, you know, he'll help me get to where I need to get to. So I think right now I can sort of buy it. I think right now I can sort of fill in the gaps, but there is a degree of having to do that yourself because they haven't done a very good job of explaining it. I mean, again, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Having Theory and Bronson having a chat away from Bron about, are we really going to do that? Why are we doing that? Why are we not looking out for ourselves? And, you know, these are conversations we could have been privy to, would have added a bit more depth to this story. Instead, they just said, we're going to help you. And that was it. And so you're kind of left with those questions, aren't you? So, I mean, I can fill those gaps in myself with what I just said, but, I mean, it is a bit of a shame that you have to kind of do that when this is the kind of stuff we could be exploring, you know? I mean, you could even have Logan saying to Theory something like, you are going to stick to the plan, aren't you? And just have Theory look at him and just walk away. And then we'd be like, what does that mean? Is it a big deal? No. But does it just add an extra wrinkle? Well, potentially, yeah. Because then you don't know what he's going to do in the Rumble. So, yeah, I hear you on that. WrestleMan said, you can't push everyone at the same time. They've got to play their part until it's their turn to get the spotlight. I bet Ronaldo gets given front row tickets, says Trudeau must go. Spa said, Daze, how do we feel when WWE puts clips of you reacting? Honestly, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I think that I don't put the clips up for that, and there is a misconception that that's why the clips go out. They're not. I will tell you, and I will swear on my family's life, those clips go out so that people know that we exist. It's a very competitive kind of market, like live streaming it. Like there's a lot of people that do it now. I know that because every time I see other reaction clips, I don't know who these people are. And I see different people all the time. And that says to me there's more and more people that are starting to do it. I think it'd be very, very easy to just get lost and to get forgotten about. And, you know, we're very lucky. We've got a community. We've been doing this since 2018. So we're very fortunate that, you know, we've been doing this a long time. People seem to enjoy the conversation, asking questions, throwing theories around. You know, I think we're doing something right. Let's put it that way, right? We're doing something right. But I think that it'd be very easy to just get lost and forgotten about and moved on from. And so I put the reaction clips out to let people know that we're around, we're here. If you kind of like what we're saying in those reaction clips, if you like some of the, you know, reaction thoughts, whatever it might be, perhaps you want to come and join the conversation. I mean, look, if WWE want to take one of those and put it on the show, I mean, yeah, great. I mean, that doesn't hurt, does it? It's not a problem. I wouldn't, you know, necessarily stop them from doing it. But they don't get put out for that reason. You know, so for me, it's not in my control. WWE, if they want to use it, use it. If they don't and they go with someone else, they go with, I'm not bothered. Doesn't make any, it's not why they go out. I don't have any control over it. I'm not a mark for myself where I want to see myself on TV. You know, I'm, you know, very grateful that they've done it in the past. But honestly, my honest answer is I don't care. I'm way more interested in people joining us for these streams. If they never use a clip ever again, that's absolutely fine. It would not bother me in the slightest. I honestly don't give a flip about it. But you know, can we just, you know, keep attracting people, getting people joining us, joining in the conversation? That is, you know, how I make my living. That is, you know, what we do. I mean, we did a 6-hour stream earlier. We're back now, having done 3.5 hours. So we, you know, we are dedicated to this. We are putting the time into this. So to me, that's why those reaction clips go out, because they're just, I suppose, adverts, really. They're just like a little glimpse into what we do. And if people like them, they might hang out with us. And yeah, if you are new, welcome. It's always great having new people join the conversation and like share their thoughts. So to be honest, I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't think WWE should use them, because I think that like people that watch wrestling on a regular basis, it's different to those fans that are at home. I mean, for us that watch on a regular basis, we're constantly talking and engaging, and we're constantly operating at, like, you know, not a higher frequency, but like it's hard to put into words. Like if I'm sat at home and I'm not streaming, my energy level's going to be like here, right? Because I'm just sat eating popcorn and just watching the show. But like when I'm talking to you guys, my energy is a lot higher. And so I sort of feel like, I don't know, it's not that you don't get a fair reflection, but I think this is why people kind of claim that reactions are faked. I think the way I would word it is that if I'm at home and I'm not streaming, my energy level might be at a 2 or a 3. And if something happens and it goes up to a 6 or a 7, I mean, that's, you know, increased by 4 or 5 points. Whereas now I'm kind of at like a 4 or a 5 because I'm chatting with you, I'm keeping an eye on the show, I'm trying to see when we're back, blah, 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 blah. If it goes up 4 or 5, all of a sudden now I'm at a 9. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, it's hard to put into words, honestly. I feel like it's different when you're streaming to when you're just sat at home watching and not having a conversation, you know? So I kind of feel like it should be a case that they just try to use, like, you know, real fan reactions when they can, rather than people that do this on a regular basis. And I include myself in that as well. But WWE will always do what they think is best for their product. And, you know, if ever they have used any clips, it's never been a problem. But it's not why we put them out. Okay, I don't know quite where we are because I didn't see when people said that we are back. Right now, I've got that bit where Alexa is rolling in the ring, you know, with Liv. We've seen them do that spot before. It's a spot they like to go to. Shot coming in there by Alexa. Liv and Alexa go down. Joy Marie said, sad I won't be able to watch the Rumble live stream because I'm actually meeting my college BFF, boyfriend forever. And I'm eating and catching up. So this is my way of supporting Daze. Joy Marie's, thank you, my friends. Have a good time, buds. I hope you have a good time. It's a shame you won't be around, of course, but you know, listen, sometimes life gets in the way. Right now, I've got Charlotte in there. My energy level's at 69, said Corey. Not to be confused with. Let's go. A 69 energy level is good. Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I was trying to put that into words. Like, I think it's the best way that I can explain it, really. In that, if you're kind of sat just watching and you're not chatting and you're not keeping an eye on a million things, your energy level just naturally is like quite low. But for me, I mean, I'm constantly having to take caffeine pills to stay awake and alert. You know, I'm trying to, you know, be as engaging as I can, obviously, to make this as an enjoyable stream as possible. So my energy levels are so much higher than if I was just sat watching this on my own. I mean, I wouldn't be popping caffeine pills if I was just sat watching on my own. But, you know, obviously I'm trying to convey what's happening, engage with the chat, trying to, you know, have a bit of fun as well. And you're kind of juggling a lot of things. It's just different. It really is. So if something happens, you're not starting at a lower point. You're starting a lot higher. And that's honestly the best way I can explain it. Big boot coming in there by Charlotte. Alexa coming in. Right. Jordan. Okay. Where the matches ended, said Real John. Okay. We should... I mean, listen, there's a flipping advert every 5 minutes. I mean, feel like we're a touch out of sync on this bit, but we can catch back up. No problems. Restaurant said she needs to cut that spot immediately. It just looks ridiculous. Flame Fist said, my energy level is over 9,000. Daze, how do we remember the whole Al Snow head figure controversy? Oh, yeah, when it was in the shops and it got taken off the shelves because they thought it was like a severed head. And they were trying to explain it's not a severed head. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember all that. And they mentioned it and on the show and everything, didn't they? About how Walmart had pulled it off the shelves. Alex Bliss Gamer says that was a great match. Well, I've just got to the conclusion of it. So let's get people's thoughts. Fraxium. And the with Fraxium. Okay, have they got the graphic? Have they got the graphic? That's what we want to know. Frozen. Frozen or Fraxium. Daze the screen stuff. Oh my god, look at me. Oh, but I'm so cute. Oh my god, look at me. Oh, look at him. If you took that guy back to meet the parents. Oh. Oh, he looks like what? He's looked like a stand-up guy, doesn't he, that guy? Oh, bless him. Okay, are we at commercial break yet? Let me know when we're at commercial. I know you can hear me. We're backstage with, well, I'm backstage with Jordan. I think I'm well out. Adverts! We're at adverts. Okay, that's good. We can catch back up. K-Dub said ventriloquist days. Yeah, you are hearing inside my thoughts right now. This is literally what's going on in my head. Boobs, 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 wrestling, boobs, 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 boobs. That's pretty much what's on in my mind. Okay, all that's happened is the streaming software's just sort of crashed. So I just have to, like, turn it off, turn it on again. It'll take all of 30 seconds. But I don't want to do it just yet. I don't want to do it until we get... I'm not at commercial break yet. This is creepy, said Shining Wizards. That is a great pose. I know, man. Honestly, I'm like a flipping model. It's a Crime Watch picture. What are you on about? I look great. Okay, here's... I got Fraxium coming out now. Fraxium are making their way out. Say it out that way, Fraxium. Oh, I'm not gonna... I've got the... Yeah. Okay, the Bron Breaker thing flashed up for me. Did it flash up for you guys? Or did they get rid of it? Oh, I'm at commercial, said Real John. You're like handsome Squidwards. Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that. Neil said, thoughts on Ava quitting? Wow, a shock. Real John said it didn't flash up for me. Oh. Interesting. Okay, I'm still not at commercial break. Oh my god, I was so far out. Mate, I was so behind. I'm basically watching a different show. Jaylee didn't see that graphic. Wow. Okay, you're going to have to let me know when we're back. Okay, give me 1 second, because I'm just going to shut this down. Okay. No, we are. Okay, are we back? 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 Yeah, I think we are back. Lovely. We're back. Oh, are we back? Are we back or are they back? We're back. Who's back? Are we back? Are they back? Are we all back? Do I press play? What do I do? He's back. We're here. We're back from break. Okay. Okay, I got a SummerSlam advert. Is it? Oh, no, it's an Unreal advert. K-Dub said we're back. Trudeau Must Go says no. NXT promo. Yes. Back from commercial. Good. Everyone's back. We're all back. I'm back. You're back. We're all back. I want my baby back ribs. Okay, Unreal advert is where I am. You're back. I'm back. My dad's back. Yay! He only went to go and get some cigarettes, didn't he, 20 years ago? Everyone's back. Okay, NXT ladder match. That's going down on Tuesday. We're going to crown a new champione. Let's go. The frozen screen is the most entertaining thing about SmackDown. Wow, if only they could book as well as me, eh? Maybe WWE should book a frozen screen. Guess who's back? Daze is back. There's Candice. Candice. You are barred. If Axiom wins, he gets the mask back. How dare you, says Candice. How dare you? Bob said, I think Daze popped half the bottle of the caffeine pills when he was resetting that. Just choking them down, yeah. I'm actually running out. I probably do take too many of these. I would imagine my heart's going to fail at a shockingly young age. Daze, are you ready for the grafts? Oh, it's no grafts, is it? It's a pleasure. Well, I looked and we did a 10-hour stream last year. I'm not sure this is going to go that long, but yeah, I mean, look, my plan is I'll do the opinions video after this. We've already done the breakdown for SmackDown. So we'll do the opinions video and, yeah, go to bed. Try and sleep. I mean, I've been popping caffeine pills. I'll probably be there like that. I'll just be lying there singing the Fraxium theme song. Ryan said, I can't wait for that stream. Randy said, how do we change the picture or latter in the chat? What do you mean the profile picture? I don't actually know. I haven't done it in ages. Do you just click on it? Accounts? No. Do you know? I don't know. I haven't changed my profile picture in forever. Okay, we're going to our next match. This is what a lot of people are calling the third match. Because it is. Axiom versus Johnny. With Axiom. Fraxiom. Axiom. Okay, that second match. The women's tag match. You lot scored it. Good 95. Good 95. I'll tell you earlier, it got a score of good 88. So, good 95. You lot were into it a bit more than earlier. Telford, Secret Channel. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Okay, right now, Johnny against Axiom. I mean, look, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Ryan said, I'm working away at a hotel, but I'll be off on Saturday. So it's me, it's Daze, it's the Rumble. I'm going to put a sign on the door saying, do not disturb. Let's go, Ryan. Let's go. It's going to be good, man. Honestly, I agree. I think Triple H made a comment earlier about how this is like a really stacked Rumble. Yeah, I agree. I think it is. I think it's going to be I'm quietly optimistic it's going to deliver. It depends. I mean, like, if one of those favourites win, I suppose... I wonder if people are going to be like, oh, that was predictable, you know? It's, you know, that'll be a shame if the favourites win and people are, like, down on it for that reason. But there's still plenty you can get out of it, of course. So, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. I'm optimistic. Axiom with some chops. Mayor Pete said, of course, people will say that. People love to complain. Robbie said, if Triple H says it, then it's got to be true. It's true, isn't it? He just speaks nothing but gospel, that man. Axiom down with Johnny on top. We're at advert. We're at commercials. Oh, I'm not there yet, so I think I was a touch out, but this is good. As soon as we get to commercials. Axiom on the outsides. Johnny going against the ropes. We've only got about an hour and 15 minutes left to go. Suicide dive. I think I'm going to commercial right now, guys. Yeah. Edge of the ring. I thought he was going to pat himself on the back there, Johnny. A little tribute to Ciampa, but he didn't. And I've gone to commercial, guys. I'm at commercial. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. We can get back in sync. Right, Michael said Jericho is going to be Gunther versus AJ Styles at the Rumble. It's going to be Jericho Gunther Mania, says Michael. Casey says, Wes, I hope all is well with your dad. Yeah, Wes, hope you're well, buds. Hope everything's okay with the fam. The familia. Casey, hello as well, by the way. Ant said Sami is going to win. Shining Wizard said, Daze, did you see that Triple H has plastered his face all over the thumbnails on the vault? Has he? His face is all over the thumbnails. Oh, God, I love that. Love that. I think, look, there's two options here. There's a lot of Triple H that's being forced down our throats. We either push against it and moan about it, or we embrace it and we ask for more. And I'm going to choose the latter. I'm going to say we're not getting enough Triple H. I mean, like, this SmackDown opened up with Cody. That's a disgrace. It should have been Triple H. If the Royal Rumble event starts tomorrow and Triple H isn't like, are you ready? All this stuff, right? That's a disgrace. That's actually disrespectful. So we've got to pick a lane, you know? We either moan about it and get frustrated by the sheer amount of Triple H, or we demand more. And I'm going to demand more. This is the least excited I've been for a Rumble, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, said Robbie. No, I agree. Go in with expectations a little bit lowered, and hopefully it should be a bit easier to exceed them. I need some pointers. How can I avoid kids? Well, to be honest, William, the restraining order should do that. So you shouldn't need to worry about it too much. K-Dub said, I love Ciampa, but in the other organization, that shall not be named, I feel like he's going to be a jag, just another guy. Ooh, a jag. Interesting. I ain't know Tommaso was done, says Joshua. Done. He's in another organization now. He's in another one. I just looked at the Vault page, and I'm sorry, but you're wrong on this one. We don't have loads of Triple H. Oh my God, we're back. Well, I'm gutted. So I'm gonna write a letter. Kick coming in there by Axiom on Johnny. Forearm shots coming back there by Johnny. Okay, we are back to the action. Johnny coming off the ropes. Axiom going over the other sides. Nathan Frazier on the outside. No. Candice, obviously no. Tommaso. Higgy said, Daze, who do we think has been the most pointless surprise entrant? For me, Drew Carey. It was funny seeing him throw money, but it was pointless. I think that's difficult because honestly, I think there's a lot of pointless. I made the point the other day about like tag team people. There's been a lot of times where, you know, back in the day, Knobs and Sags of the Nasty Boys would come out, and it's like, well, they ain't winning it. You know, they ain't winning it. There ain't no chance in hell they're winning it. So for me, it's kind of like all of those are pointless. I mean, at least with Drew Carey, he's a celebrity. So when we say anyone can come out, it does reinforce that. I mean, really, when we're counting down, it could be a WWE superstar. It could be a former WWE superstar. It could have been TNA. I mean, they're kind of under our umbrella now, but, you know, the other year they weren't. And, like, Jordan Grace came out and she was the Knockouts champ. And that was like, what? Like, she came out as the... That was quite shocking. And it was like, how? What? What's that? What's this? And again, it's to try and just, you know, anyone can come out. So, I mean, I'll stand up a bit for Drew Carey there and say, you know, a celebrity coming out just reinforces that anyone thing. But, yeah, still, like, a bit pointless in it because he was never winning. But then, I don't think any celebrity is necessarily winning. Maybe that's a story they could do in the future, but it's not a story I'd be crazy about. So I think there's been a lot of, like, pointless one over the years. A lot of, like, low carders, you know, your Akira Tozawas, those kinds of people that just ain't contributing much. I'm not a fan of tag teams being in it, honestly. Because, again, they ain't winning it. And normally it means that someone misses out that maybe stood a better chance. Johnny driving Axiom down. 1, 2, kick out. Who are the top 5 favorite tag teams? I don't think I can get past 2,000 for mine. Mine are all 80s and 90s, said Neil. Yeah, I hear you. I do think the Usos stand a chance. They were great. And maybe the New Day. So, I mean, if I was to look more recently, I think they deserve some flowers. So, those two would be in the running. But hard to not say Hardys. I mean, amazing. Yeah. Hard to not go... Do you know, I was never crazy about the Dudleys, to be honest. I was never crazy about them. I think they're very credible. I get why people like them. But, I don't know. I love the Rockers. I love the Hart Foundation. I love the British Bulldogs. I love the Legion of Doom. I think they might be higher in my list, actually. It's probably not fair, though, because the Dudleys... did it in lots of different companies and they were like a tag team kind of for life. So Dudley's, they deserve their flowers. It's just opinion. It's just a personal opinion. I never grabbed them. Same with New Age Outlaws as well, you know. I was never massively grabbed by them. I don't know why. Johnny has pulled the mask off Axiom. So yeah, like Rockers, Legion of Doom, definitely. Axiom puts on that old mask, lays out Johnny. Usos Lucha Bros at Mania, said Robbie. I love Dudleys, but then I did watch ECW, says Mayor Pete. Yeah, I didn't really watch ECW. I think I didn't have that connection with them, but I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't hate them, but if we're talking like absolute favourites, I don't think they make it. Do love the Hardys. Do love Demolition. Do love Legion of Doom. British Bulldogs, you know, I'm sat here in England. Of course they're going to be up there. So, yeah, I mean, Usos deserve their flowers. New Days deserves their flowers. I'm trying to think if there's anyone I'm particularly forgetting. I mean, there was a lot of great teams in that time period. Natural Disasters were pretty fun. They weren't together that long, though. Here's Dragon on. Hart Foundation Bulldogs, 2 out of 3 falls. Awesome, said Seekins. Elia and Carmelo. Yep, got them backstage. Oh, yeah, we need to do a poll, don't we, for that last match. I'm going to fight Miz. And once I'm done with Miz, I'm coming for you. I'm not asking. I'm expecting. Okay, main event tonight is going to be an 8-man tag match, and we are sneaking our way, tiptoeing our way towards the final hour here. It's actually gone quite quick, you know. Next up, we're going to hear from the phenomenal one, from AJ. Stop. Brainbusters is a great shout. They were fun. Yeah, Brainbusters were fun. Mega Powers, yeah, for the time they ran together. So it was announced earlier today that CM Punk is going to be the cover star of 2K26. It's a pretty cool cover, actually. Looks pretty good. So, Attitude Era Edition, Monday Night War Edition, King of Kings Edition, and Boring Normal Standard Edition. Boring Pepsi Phil Standard Edition. Here's Trick Willie. Look at my lemon pepper steppers. You better subscribe to my website, www.worldwidewilly.com. Is that real? I never checked it, actually. I need to look, don't I? Oh, I better have a website. Do I want to search Worldwide Willy, actually? Guys, I don't know if I want to do this. I'm doing it. For the good of the community, I'm doing it. Worldwide Willy. Click here to buy worldwidewilly.com. Guys, we could buy it. We could buy it. Dude. Thing is, though, if you buy it, it'll stop mentioning it. How have WWE not purchased that already? What if I buy it now and just put a picture of me with my dong out on it? Well, that would backfire for them, wouldn't it? That would be embarrassing for them, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be embarrassing for me. Worldwidewilly.com. Click here to buy worldwidewilly.com as your website name or call 1561-898-0724. Hello! I'd like to buy Worldwide Willy, please. Give me Worldwide Willy. Give it to me. I would like to purchase your Worldwide Willy, please. Ah, that is tempting. Certainly if he's going to keep mentioning it in promos. I'm shocked that he hasn't already thought to have a look to see what's on there first. Nobody. Redneck. Okay, AJ Styles is in the ring. We are going to be going into hour number 3 with AJ. I haven't missed any commercials or anything, have I? Dude, you need to lay off those caffeine pills. That is true, actually. AJ Styles. People saying Trick Daze, you're ahead of the chat. Why? Why am I ahead of the chat? Did I miss a commercial break with his lemon pepper steppers? Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know where we are. Days, what about Too Cool from the... Well, they were fun, weren't they? I don't know if we can class them as like a great tag team, but certainly when it was time to dance, they certainly brought it. The Beach Kevin says the lemon pepper steppers. You did miss a commercial break. Okay. Well, we have managed to save. We've saved it. AJ Styles has just made his way down, but I've paused it before he said a word. I'm ahead of everyone, said Boomers TV. I've got the lemon pepper steppers. Edward said you are ahead. That's fine. That is fine. AJ Styles is coming out now. Let's go. Let's go. He was literally about to say the first word and I paused it. AJ is just coming out. Okie dokes. Guys, have you heard about this new trend that everyone's doing? It's called Japanese cheesecake, and it's not a sex thing. Have you heard about it whilst I'm waiting? Basically, you get some Greek yogurt, right? And you put in some biscuits. They are sable biscuits. Never heard of them. Put it in the fridge overnight, and it's meant to taste like cheesecake the next day. Guys, I'm not even making it up. It's a trend, and everyone's doing it. Look. The viral cheesecake that's only got 2 ingredients, and it's shockingly good. How to make it. You just get these... That's, oh my God, I need it. Look at it. You put them in. Yeah. Pop, 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 pop. Put it in. Lovely. Seal it. In the fridge. Next day. Oh my God. And it's meant to taste like cheesecake. Oh my God. Everyone's doing it. She's doing it. Oh my God. I need that. I need it. I've not heard of that, said Frankie. Well, you have now. Right. Is he talking yet? He's coming out. Is he saying words? Where are we? I've got AJ in the ring. Crowd are chanting AJ Styles. I know. I know. I hear you. AJ Styles. He's in the ring and he's talking. Let's go. Yes. Yes. AJ Styles. AJ Styles. Yes. Denis, Bishop, shout out to you guys. APA, said Seekins, yes. Don't worry about tomorrow. I'm not worried. That means that we should be worried. That means we should be worried. Shining Wizard said, we're synced. We're synced. As a cheesecake lover, I am definitely trying that. Just 2 ingredients. It says if you can't find classic Biscoff, then you can use graham crackers. But I heard sable cookies. They use sable cookies to make it. You just literally pop it in, goes in the fridge overnight. That's the key part. Apparently that's where all the flavors bind. Search for it, Japanese cheesecake. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's talking about it. Yeah, they use Biscoff or whatever it's called. Oh, mate. Looks so good. You tapped out is the chant. AJ secretly doing his retirement voyage last year. We just didn't realise, said K-Dub. Here's Gunther. You made a mistake so severe, it's going to cost you your career. This is going to, mate. It's crazy, isn't it? I'm going to end your career, says Gunther. Just like I did to your little buddy John Cena. I'm going to make you tap out. I'm going to make you tap out. Takes one to know one. Last time I checked, you tapped out like a little girl. Gunther, very upset, jumps on the edge of the ring. AJ's ready. We use Eric Bischoff cookies. Ah, they're Biscoff cookies, biscuits, but in the shape of Eric. Nice. Easy. Wrestlerancy is 100% retiring, says Brony. AJ is AEW bound, said Jay. I wonder what that would do for their ratings if he was. Too sweet. Okay, there's Shinsuke watching a TV like a normal man. Not having it on the side. Is Tama. You used to be the king of strong style. The Shinsuke Sayonara Tour. Daze, are we going to wear the lemon pepper steppers for the Rumble? I'll have to buy some first, to be honest, Buns. I might have some lemon pepper slippers. Oh, someone sent me, actually, what he says here in Japanese. Guys, a lot of you won't speak Japanese, but thankfully I do, so I can actually translate this for you. No problem. Bear with me, I'm just trying to... Okay, so completely randomly, Kanon, thank you. So Tama Tonga just said, maybe it's time for you to follow him on the way out. I've got it. The Shinsuke Sayonara. Yeah, you would have heard that in English. And then Shinsuke responded in Japanese by saying, you got confidence finally here, but for me, you're still a young punk. Bad boy Tama Tonga. But anyway, I need to give you a gift. As a kind senior next week, Tama called him a B word. It rhymes with rasted. But it begins with B. Berasted. Miz making his way down to the ring. AEW's Rooster is overbloated. Really? Is that breaking news, Brandon? Oh my God, that poor AEW Rooster. AEW breaking news. AEW have got a bloated rooster. Ah! Oh my God. Tony Cluck. Miz versus Ilya. Daze, I've sent you the translation. Oh, you don't need to, but I've already worked it out, mate. Already worked it out. We've already gone through it. Nice and simple. But Edward, thank you. It's always appreciated. Just in case I make any mistakes, you know. We're at commercial. Joshua said, poor bird. Indeed. No wonder their ratings are falling. They're having to try and coax their rooster back to health. Bob said if AJ does go to AEW, then I guess it'll become a temporary AEW fan until he retires. Oh, Bob, you don't need to do that to yourself. Just act like he's retired. Do you know what I mean? Just act like he's retired. You don't need to subject yourself to tuning into AEW. I mean, not that I'm an AEW hater. You do you, but, you know, you've probably got something better to do on a Wednesday. Evolve's on, if you fancy that. Oba is tossing Brock. Oh, well. Chris said Ilya is about to beat the brakes off The Miz. I am going to make you tap out, and once he does, Jericho's going to appear, says Michael. Bob says... Oh, we answered that. Evolve is better than AEW, said Mayor Pete's. K-Dub said AJ ain't jumping to that sinking ship. King said, Yeti said, I'm better than him slightly. If you've got a bloated rooster, is that the same as saying you've got a fat chicken? Exactly the same. Exactly the same. And if you've got a fat chicken, it's best to choke it. Unless you've actually got a fat chicken, and please don't choke them. I hope we're at commercial break right now. And also not being watched by anyone that's not a regular part of this community. Yeah, we don't like outsiders. Right. Did we get the WrestleMania commercial? Because I've paused it just as that was about to start. Not the chicken. We eat those. Yes, we are. Fat chicken's got more meat, said Frankie. We are at commercial, said Sean. Did you get the WrestleMania commercial? Do I need to get through that, or are we just going to get that when we get back, do you think? Eric said AEW is great. Eric. Or should I say Tony Khan? Yeah, with a burner account. Mayor Pete said, I don't choke my chicken, but from this chat, I've heard you can dunk chicken in jars of peanut butter. I wouldn't recommend it. It might be all right, actually. What if you had hot chicken breast? Like, you know how you can get like roasted chicken or roasted chicken and then covered it in peanut butter? Has anyone done that? Is that a thing? Why does that feel like that would work? Is that a thing? Oh my God, guys, I'm going to search. Peanut butter on chicken. Peanut butter on chicken is a popular culinary combination. Whilst unconventional, it is prominent in Southeast Asia. Guys, I've just invented a cuisine that already exists in Southeast Asia. We're back! Wow. I've never thought about putting peanut butter onto chicken breast. Peanut butter chicken. Is it that simple? No, this looks more complicated. What if you got a chicken breast or chicken, cooked it, cut the meat off, and then put... Would that work? Roman video. Oh, I've got a Roman video. I'm going to try that. That could be interesting, said Flame Fit. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that now. Apparently, it's big in Southeast Asia. Okay. I've heard Triple T puts peanut butter on... Well, never mind. God only knows where he puts it. Riyadh. Reigns. Rumble. Peanut butter is good on a hamburger, but I've never tried it on chicken, says Bob. Oh, I've never thought about a hamburger either. Guys, we are just such adventurers, aren't we? We're so good. We're doing cheesecake with 2 ingredients. We're putting peanut butter on everything. Why do people love Triple H? Produce because he's married into the wrestling family, says Michael. I don't think people did love Triple H last year. Lone Star Friend said, peanut butter. I've got a love-hate relationship with peanut butter, actually. I mean, it was never a big part in my life. And I feel like every now and again, I just like, I'm going to give it another go. I find it to be very dry and like... So, like, if I put it on bread or toast or something like this, like, I don't know, I struggle to fall in love with it, but I feel like you could... I feel like it's not that I don't like it. I just haven't found a way of using it properly yet. Maybe on chicken it might work better. I don't know. In a burger sounds great, actually. Yeah, feels like an ingredient, actually. Feels like it needs to be part of something rather than just on bread, which is how I normally have tried it. And I've always been like... And then I'll go like another 8 years till I try it again. This is why you guys put it with jelly, isn't it? Because you felt the exact same way. But you just found the solution. I can't bring myself to do that, though. Peanut butter on celery, said Uncle Rebel. It needs to go with chocolate. Yeah. I mean, that should work, shouldn't it? Peanut butter with chocolate. I mean, that's going to be like a Snickers, isn't it? Well, you've really got me thinking about where I can shove peanut butter now. I might just try it with everything to see which works the best. Soup. Perhaps it would work with soup, I don't know. I just said the first thing that came to mind, but then my brain went, that might be okay, you know. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I haven't got a flipping clue. What I do know is we've got Ilya against The Miz. I know that much. I also know that we've only got 45 minutes left to go. Okay, good 95. I can tell you that earlier we had good 93, good 88, good 93. So far we've had good 92, good 95, good 95. So you guys are a little bit kinder to the in-ring, but not by much. The biggest change was that women's tag match. Still just came out as good 95, but that's a lot better than good 88, innit? Dragunov working on the arm of Miz. I've got to tell you, this is worth watching. I remember watching this earlier thinking, damn, they're having a hell of a match here, these two. They're working at a good pace here, so let's not be disrespectful. Let's give this, I know it's a Miz match and people might think, not bothered, but I'm telling you, this was doing a little something in the background. Miz gets Ilya down. Miz looks out at the crowd, tries to get them involved. Over the other side, picking up speed, clothesline misses. Look at the Miz. Runs into a chop. Miz sells the chop by going down to his knees. Dragunov, big boot. Miz goes back to the corner. Dragunov comes in, big knee to the midsection. Dragunov back against the ropes. Bang, big boot. Side of the heads. Miz goes out the ring again. Dragunov looking out. Miz doing a bit of selling. Right now we got Ilya grabbing Miz. Looking for maybe a superplex. You get a deadlift? No, I couldn't quite get it. Miz trying to block it. Takes the legs away from Ilya. Ilya goes down. Miz getting in the ring. Going over against the ropes. Miz with a big boot. Dragunov goes over the top to the outsides. Miz with his arms outstretched is like, I'm chucking them all over as we go to commercial break. And there we go. There we go. Phoenix said, I could see Miz and Cole retiring soon. They've been here for a long time. Daze, where are you on the stream? I'm at commercial break. That's where I am. I'm at commercial. Have you ever been to Spain? Yes, once. Did you enjoy our food? Long time ago, to be honest. So, I mean, I'm sure your food is great, but I can't really remember it. I went with like my grandparents and my parents, and we just kind of popped over and just had like a week there. I remember having a paella. I mean, that's kind of something you do, isn't it? I remember that being very flavoursome. I remember there being some nice fish. So, yeah, I like Spain. Nothing but love and respect for Spain, but to be honest, not somewhere that I've really been much. I've been over there once. So I'm not very good with Europe. I've never been to Portugal. I've never stopped off in France, just gone through. Went to Germany for a couple of days. Spent a weekend in Italy. That was nice. Been to Poland. I used to go out with a Polish girl. So I've been to Poland a few times. That's lovely. That was good. Probably spent more time in Poland than any other European country, actually. So, yeah, not done brilliant when it comes to travelling to Europe, to be honest. Probably something I should do a bit more of, really, but... Portugal, The Man is a great band, said Grand Prairie. A big Brexit guy, says Millennial. I wasn't. I actually voted to stay because I was going out with a Polish girl at the time. So it kind of felt a bit rude to vote to leave. So, yeah, to be honest, though, I've said before, when growing up, when you're in the UK, I think you do look to America because, like, America is English speaking and, I don't know, like Friends and, like, all that kind of, the Hollywood and the Nirvana and, like, you know, all the pop stars, Madonna, Michael Jackson, like there's so much noise coming out of America. When you're in England, you can't help but go, what the hell's going on over there? I mean, on the TV, there's American shows. You grow up with Baywatch and A-Team and, do you know what I mean? Like Knight Rider. You know, comedies of Frasier and Friends and, you know, later on Big Bang Theory and stuff like that. Like, it's all on our TVs over here, but you don't get any, you don't get, like, German shows or French shows because they speak German and French. So there's actually, it's weird that there's that language barrier with people that are not that far away from us, but actually flipping miles away over the Atlantic. You've got these countries like Canada, like America that are English speaking and you know, trying to get our attention seemingly, and we're like, what's that? So I grew up looking that way, looking to America than I did more looking to Europe. And to be honest, I think that's true of quite a few people, which is why there was that sort of, I don't know, not really that connection, didn't really feel, I felt much closer to America than I did France. And yet, geography-wise, France is like a flipping stone's throw for England, isn't it? I don't know if everyone felt that way, but I felt that way. So, yeah, I don't know, I've been to America way more than I've been to Europe. I've been to Florida more than I've probably been to... Oh, take Poland out, definitely. Definitely, I've been to America more than Europe. But that's probably bad, isn't it? It's right on the doorstep. I should probably... Do you know what I mean? I should go travelling around Europe. See the sights. Go see... things, you know, all the things. Kick coming in there by Elia. Miz goes down. Daze, the Ultimate Series 31 is on ringside, said Randy. The complete set and the first heel Cena figure are both now sold out in just 6 hours, said Randy. Randy even ended his comment with a wow. Chop coming in by Ilya. Miz over against the rope. So we were at commercial, but we're back. WrestleRant said, Daze, the USA is the greatest country. That is a fact, says WrestleRant. Well, it is a place close to my heart. Big boot coming in by The Miz. Why did you and the Polish girl break up? To be honest, it was a lot to do with her working at home. So when I lived in Southampton, she lived with me and we lived together in a rented place. And there wasn't really any jobs necessarily for her in Southampton, but she moved there to be with me. And she got a job, but it meant working from home. And she really struggled. When I say she hated it, she was like in tears hating it. She is a people person. She needed to be like, you know, in that office environment, being around people. So I would go to work and work in retail. She would stay at home, be by herself. And it just completely just ate away at her. And, you know, we got into some arguments and whatnot. I mean, I wanted her to be happy and everything. And I would quite happily have, you know, seen her go to London and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, she just didn't know what the right thing to do was. It caused a lot of tension and one thing led to another. It didn't work out. She ended up going back to Poland for a little bit and we kept in touch. And yeah, you could just tell that it was just, you know, and it all stemmed from that. And it's such a shame we couldn't find a way past that. But, I mean, this is why when you've got a problem like that in a relationship, you need to make sure there's good communication, you're finding a solution, because it can be things like that that can just sort of result in things falling apart, you know? She was great. I couldn't speak highly enough of her, and I, you know, would like to think she would say the same of me, but just wasn't meant to be. And, you know, it all kind of started with that, really, and I think she does work in London now. I haven't spoke to her in a long time, actually. So I think she is in London. I think she's quite happy and she's back amongst people again. So, yeah, just one of those things, you know. Kicks coming in by The Miz. That was a long time ago now. Oof. Kick coming in by Ilya. He goes over into the corner. Miz charging him. Collides into Ilya. I thought you broke up because her favourite tag team was the Good Brothers. No, Mr. Unfamiliar. No. She had her head screwed on. She was a good person. She wouldn't make a mistake like that. She wouldn't make a mistake like that. I mean, in all fairness, that probably would end a relationship, you know? Imagine if she was an Eva Marie fan. Oof. Imagine if I was like, oh, God, Pat, he does my head in. I find him so annoying on commentary. And she was like, I don't think he's that bad. We would get divorced on the spot, and we were never even married. Ilya goes into the ropes. Miz is on the top. Daze, you should come back to Southampton. It's the best city, says Danny. I did like Southampton, but I really hate rats. And I really struggled with that because there's loads of them in Southampton. And honestly, like, it bugged me. H-bomb there by Ilya. 1, 2. And Ilya gets all said, do you think of yourself as a sex animal? A sexual... Oh, yeah. That's how... That's basically how I refer to myself, yeah. An absolute freak, to be honest. Absolute sexual deviant. Okay. Ilya picks up the victory. Let's get some scores in. Why are the rats there? It's by the water. It's got like a lot of docks. I think wherever you find like a lot of water, docks ports and ships coming in and everything, I think you tend to get a lot of rats. So, yeah. Do you know, I remember this one time I got absolutely smashed. And I remember walking through the park and I was just completely, like, gone, right? I just remember, like, the floor sort of moving and I didn't quite understand. And it wasn't until, like, I got by the light that it was covered in rats. They were just out in the park. And because I was so drunk, I was just walking through them. And it wasn't until I'd kind of got through them that I realised what I'd done. And I was like, I'm lucky to be alive. But yeah, you'd see them just like dart across the road or whatever. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it. I could never live in New York. Right now we got Solo. Solo's going to win the Rumble. Solo is going to be in the Rumble. He's going to win the Rumble. Here's the Wyatts. We got half an hour left to go. You got smashed by the rats. I know, man, it was bad. Rats aren't that bad, Sam Flame Fist. I don't like them. I got like I don't think it's a phobia, but it kind of is. I just hate them. They like carry disease and they can be quite big and they scurry around and you never know when they're going to jump out at you and it's like, oh. Ugh. Sounds like a story from Batman, but it's Ratman. Like Master Splinter. Yeah. I can't stand Mysore Rat, says Frankie. I don't know, it sucks, doesn't it? Honestly, Frankie, my advice is get absolutely horrifically drunk. And then you don't quite know what's happening and you can cope with it a lot better. Just do that every day. There we go. Daze, tell me about it. For me, it's frogs. I hate frogs. Oh, do you know, I don't mind frogs. I mean, first of all, you don't really see them around that often. Granted, they can jump up and that would be a bit like, ooh. But, they're not really known for carrying disease, are they? Although there are poisonous ones that you can't lick. But I don't tend to lick them anyway, you know? But I don't think they're not known for, like, carrying the plague like the rats were. Do you know what I mean? Rats have fleas on them and stuff that carry all these different diseases. Plus also, rats flipping live in sewers. Do you know what I mean? They live in sewers. Frog lives in a lovely pond, doesn't it? Lovely little pond, a frog. Ugh, the more I talk about it, the more I hate them. Flying cockroaches are no bueno, says Seekins. I think we should just get rid of all animals, to be honest. They all suck. Restaurant said, rats, I could never. They are bad. Bad and nasty. Yeah, there was a New York mayor that like started a campaign against rats, and he was trying to clean up the city, and I saw people like making fun of him for it. Probably because there's other issues that New Yorkers are more interested in. But to be honest, I was sat here in the UK going, go get them. Fair play. Take them down. I was fully I was going to vote for him. And I don't even get to vote. But I was fully supportive of his campaign. Right, here's the vision. What about the Steiner Bros? They were awesome, said Janie. They were awesome. They were awesome. Steiner Brothers deserve some flowers. In Florida, tree frogs are invasive and they need to be removed when caught. Oh, okay. Tree frogs. Do you know, whenever I've gone to Florida, I've never really thought about animals. But it was funny because someone shared a picture of this giant snake that had got into the performance center. And it never crossed my mind that they were just... These snakes were just, like, out and about. obviously you just don't think about such things, but that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. And, like, you know, a load of the swamps and, like, the lakes and have got, like, loads of alligators in them. And again, you just... Yeah, crazy. Right, we are at commercial. Frankie said Florida's just got tons of shiz. I would have rats before a roach, says for 12 times. Well, no, but I mean, roaches are smaller. They're still like, but they don't carry disease, do they? Do they? I actually don't know. Cockroach. Maybe they do. I don't know. They carry disease. They do pose significant health risk. Oh, yeah, no, they do. Okay, well, I don't like them now. We've just added them to the list of things I don't like. I mean, I think we do have cockroaches in this country, but you know, I never see them. I don't think I've ever in my life had a cockroach in any house I've lived in. But yeah, I'm sure I did look to see if we had them in the UK, and we do. But I don't know where they are. I don't think I've ever seen one in the UK. Genuinely, I don't think I've ever seen one. But I know they're quite a big thing in America, so yeah, wow, there we go. I genuinely, I don't know much about cockroaches as a result. Never been on my radar. But yeah, apparently they carry disease, so we don't like them now either. Yeah, they've now joined the list. And actually, they're smaller, so they might be able to get up your trouser leg a lot easier. So, yeah. They're right up there now. Florida are forecasting raining iguanas because of the snow that we're getting. They freeze in the trees and then they might fall out. William said, mice and rats carry more diseases. Well, we don't like any of them. They all need to book their ideas up. If any of them are watching these streams, they all need to have a word with themselves. This chat is on LSD tonight, said Shining Wizards. Well, to be honest, I mean, look, there's only 25 minutes left to go. I think it's fair to say the bulk of the show is done, and it ain't a great show, is it? Let's be honest. I don't think this is a highly regarded episode of SmackDown, right? There is still the main event to go and anything that closes out the show, but, you know, we're 2.5 hours in. Here we are talking about animals. So I got to tell you, it was this way earlier. It was not a very well received show earlier. I've seen videos of them in people's ears. Rats in people's ears. That's why you're never going to see Mr. Iguana at winter shows, said Defcon. Ah, very good. Flamefist said it's less than mid so far. But this, honestly, is the calm before the storm. We're getting the mid out the way because later the Rumble is going to bang. It's going to absolutely bang. King Callum said rats are everywhere in New York. Yeah, I went to New York once, only for a couple of days. I never saw one. But, I mean, you always hear, don't you? You're only ever 6 feet away or something in New York. And so, you know, I wasn't really looking out for them. But I did manage to go, and I did manage to spend a couple of days in New York, and I didn't see one, but I think that was luck more than anything else. New York's nickname is Rats on Parade, said Grand Prairie. There's way too many people in New York, said Lone Star. We will see Mr. Iguana tomorrow, said Seekins. Well, it's warm, isn't it? It's warm. If it was cold, you wouldn't see him. He doesn't do well in the cold. This is a typical go home, says Brandon. We're back, said Black Onyx. Thank you, buds. We are back. We got 23 minutes to go, my friends. If you've not left a like on the Rumble stream as well, I did request this earlier. It would be greatly appreciated. We're going to try I might regret saying it, actually. We're going to try and see if we can get to 1,000, because it does help. So if you've not left a like on the Rumble stream, I actually don't know. Can I see how many likes we're on yet for the Rumble stream? I don't know. Can I? Guys, we've got 67 likes. We're on the road to 1,000. We're on 67. We're on 67. Ah! Just 933 to go. That is all. Mate, we're going to kill that. We're going to absolutely smash that. I'm so excited. Okay, Jay's in the ring. It's almost 1,000, said Garrett. It's basically the same neighborhood, isn't it? Basically the same neighborhood. Okay, here's Randy. Let's get a soccer chant going since we're all on LSD, said Grand Prairie. I don't know any soccer chants, to be honest. Do we know any soccer chants? Snakes are a good way to get rid of rats. Yeah, I could deal with a snake if it wasn't poisonous, of course. That would be okay. I'd still be a bit worried about it biting me, but... Do snakes carry disease? I feel like everything flipping is going to carry disease now. If I search, do snakes carry disease? I feel like that's a stupid question. I feel like they surely do. Yes, they do. Salmonella. God. What is up with the animal kingdom? Just everything wants to kill us. Yeah. That's a problem. Well, you're just introducing more issues, aren't you, really? Do you know what you need? Cat. Do cats carry diseases? They probably do as well, actually. Yeah, they do. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can't win. You just have to get a gun. Okay, than animals ever will. We carry diseases as well, so there's no point getting one of them. I bet your beanie has got disease. Oh. Which ones doesn't it have? Yeah. Imagine if we ever get it tested. I bet it's horrific. My business has got 3 black snakes because we had rats. After the business next door paid $1,700 to get theirs removed, the snakes worked. Oh. So what do they do? Just where are they? They're just around. Like, hey, Bob. Days, a famous soccer chant from United to Jisung Park was Park wherever you may play. You eat dogs in your home country. It could be worse. You could be scouse. Eating rats in your council house. How did he feel about that? I feel like that's putting down a lot of people. I don't feel there's too many people getting spared in that one, in all fairness. Liverpool's getting it. Korea's getting it. Wow. Okay, I'd just like you to know that we didn't make that up. That was an old soccer chant from back in the day, apparently. We didn't know better at the time, yeah? Let me know. Classic, said Josh. Classic. Okay, Randy has made his way down to the ring. Higgy, thank you. Phoenix said, you know, it's a show below 6 when the chat just goes on to random topics. It's true, isn't it? We've only got 18 minutes left in this show, and this is just flipping sing-along with Randy Orton. I mean, the fans are loving it. You can't be down on the fans for it. The only problem is there's only Here's Sami. By the time they get to the ring, they're only going to have 5 minutes to wrestle, said Billy. Sean said the reason why Tommy talks about musical is because you've cast him with AEW. Well, listen. If him watching WWE will prevent the musical conversation, I will encourage it. I suffer through it, and if I'm suffering through it, I know you lot are suffering through it. We're all flipping suffering together. Sami has made his way down. Bob said there's nothing like chasing a roach that's crawling around your living room for 20 minutes, trying to squash it, and then out of nowhere it flies in your face. Oh. Right, here we go. We're underway. Big brawl. Big brawl. Shots coming in by... there's still no Cody. Cody's music hits. Cody comes running out, comes running down. Cody coming down. Logan's ready. Cody getting in there. Shot coming in by Cody. And the fans continue singing the song. Crowd are here, about to blow. Me to start the show. And the crowd still do the whoa. Okay, we got Jay, we got Sami. These two obviously on the same page. Over the top rope, take down the Vision. As we go to commercial break. Commercial break. We're into the final 13, but I've paused. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, Daze, apparently you are more likely to be bitten by someone in New York than you are by a shark. You're more likely to be bitten by someone in New York than you are by... Well, I don't think there's many sharks in New York, to be honest, Bishop. I don't know where you're running into a shark in New York. You ain't going to find one on 35th and 7th, you know? Picture in picture. Yeah, I have to just pause it, to be honest, because you get picture in picture, but they just cut that segment out for us. So we should be in sync as soon as you are back full screen. I hate commercials more than cockroaches. I don't think you can get diseases from commercials, though. That's the only thing. A bat, though. Oh, bats. They're bads. They're bads. I would freak out if there was a bat around. I think what I've learnt from this conversation is I hate all animals. There's not a single animal that I like. They all endanger me. Shining Wizard said, I'm glad we don't do transcripts of this chat. Same here. Otherwise, we would have been cancelled so long ago. Millennial said, I just want to feel real love. Feel the home that I live in. Millennial, shout out to you. Is that Robbie? Feels like it's Robbie Williams. Ozzy ate a bat head. He did, yeah. I mean, I would say he was fine after, but he wasn't, was he? I mean, we all saw the Osbournes. Sharon! Sharon! That's what happens, kids. Don't go eating bats. What about a blind, drunken elephant? No, that's fine. Oh, hang on. Is it? Do they carry disease? Do elephants carry disease? They probably could because they're very strong. Oh, God, they do as well. Zoonotic tuberculosis? TB? TB is the primary concern? Oh my God. Have I got my shot against TB though? Do I get a TB? I think I do. I think I've got a TB vaccination, so I'll be fine. That's fine. Anthrax. Anthrax. An acute bacterial infection that can affect humans and animals. Anthrax. Guys, they're killers. God. Filthy animals, said K-Dub. Oh, God. This stream has really made me hate the animal kingdom. Right, are we back yet? Fun fact, the Aussie biting a bat is just an urban legend, said Shining Wizards. Is it? I think he's told that story that it was real, wasn't it? Someone chucked someone on stage, he thought it was fake and he bit it, but it was real. When my daughter was a baby, we walked into the room to get her up from a nap and there was a bat in the room. We had to get her tested for rabies. What, the bat? Thankfully, it was negative. That's good. How was the baby? I've got to take a shiz so bad, says William. It's all this talk of the animal kingdom. It will do that. It will result in bowel movements. I still don't... Oh, we are back, Black Onyx. Thank you. Oh, God, I'm out of sync a little bit. I'm going to skip forward 10. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? 10? 10 what? 10 seconds? 10 frames? Okay, we are underway with our main event. It is Cody, Sami, Jay, Randy against the Vision. Right now we got Sami in there with Brom. So this is what it said earlier. Okay, Cody is in there. Daze, did you know that because of the amount of diseases that are in hippos' mouths, their bite is considered one of the most deadliest? No. Really? What, to humans? I mean, it's deadly anyway, isn't it, really? They're big. They are nothing but power. Oof. They're just like Bron Breakker. Although I don't know how many diseases are in his mouth. Is that true, is it? They got so many diseases in their mouth. To be honest, I mean, if you're getting bit by a hippo, you've got bigger problems. A hippo's jaw is blah, 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 the bite of a gator. Is there any fun facts about animals? Or are they all just horrifically terrible? It's getting to the point where I'm going to see an ant and I'm just going to start shaking and crying. Right now we got Big Bronson Reed dragging Cody over to the corner. Worms. Oh, I bet they carry disease. I taught the PSI bite power that killed didn't know they had diseases as well, said Flame Fist. Okay, right now we got Theory in there. He's throwing down some shots to Cody. Dolphins are evil, said Joshua. Someone had to say it. Someone had to have the guts to finally say what we were all thinking. Goddamn Dolphins have been getting it too easy for too long. Okay, what did you think about SmackDown? Let's get... we'll put the feedback request up. There's only 9 minutes. So you can leave back your thoughts. Okay, right now we got Big Bronson Reed stomping away on Cody. A kimono dragon has got so many diseases in their mouth and their saliva is considered deadly, said Brandon. Really? I feel like I wouldn't really encounter one of them unless someone had it as a pet. But even so, I don't know. Maybe they're just flipping chilling in Florida. God only knows what you lot have got over there. Stomp coming in there by Logan, stomping away on Cody. We're at commercial. How are they getting another flipping commercial win? There's Heyman. He's got his arms outstretched. I'm not a commercial. Cody's trying to get over. Tag being made. In comes Braun. You're a commercial. Is this the Daze finally tries 2K26? I don't think so. Although there might be a trailer doing the rounds because there's a load of screenshots. If there is a trailer, I ain't seen it. With Ava's departure, 2K26 is now out of date. And it's not even out. Very good. Where have these screenshots come from then? Why are all these images from 2K26? Is there a video? Or have they just put out some images? Okay, I'm going to commercial break now. Guys, I was so behind. It's not even funny. Right, you'll have to let me know when we are back. The video trailer is coming up tomorrow. So where's all these screenshots come from then? Is it just 2K just going, hey, have a look at this. You'll like this. You'll like this. Oh, no, there is a video. First look. There is a video. There is a trailer. It did come out today. They are talking about it on the show. Oh, I don't listen to the commentators, to be honest, but I'm normally chatting with you guys. Best in the world, CM Punk. I've got this here, look. Is this impressive? I don't know. I never really know. And they never look any different to me from year to year. I don't know. I don't know if I'm meant to be impressed or not. If the Judgment Day breaks up, which faction will be playing 2K in the background? It's a good question, that is. Is this good? I don't know. Is this better? It still doesn't look right. I still don't feel like I'm watching a human. Don't know, man. I can't say I'm massively blown away by that. Was that the only one that came out? That was it? Or did they do any others? Yeah, it looks like that was it. Okay, so other than that, there's just been like some screenshots that they've shared. There's the cover. There is the cover. Okay, in comes Theory. We're back. We're back, baby. We are back. Backstreet's back. All right. So if you are just joining us, we're in the final throes of this captivating episode of SmackDown. God, think of all the talking points. So much stuff from this episode. There was the bit where we learned about the Japanese cheesecake. There was the bit where we thought about putting peanut butter on a chicken. There was the bit where we learned about how hippos are dirty, but not in a good, kinky way. There's lots that we got from this episode. Dolphins have got toxic masculinity. Yes, Bob. We need Kit Wilson going off on Dolphins. That's what we need. K-Dub said the graphics look insane for 2K26. I kept thinking that they were real pictures. Randy is going to that dark place. I heard Becky is pitching a crossover match with Toni Storm. No, she isn't. She's just saying that she would like to have faced Toni Storm. She was disappointed when she left. Who remembers Bobby Lashley, Big E, Roman? Big E as WWE Champion, Roman as Universal Champ, says Sean. Sean, hope you're well. Hope you're excited for the Rumble. Okay, we've just got a big beat down at the moment. I'm impressed that we are being showed another AEW superstar back in WWE, says Michael. It looks slightly better than 2K25, says Brandon. They're not going to put it on PS4, said Shining Wizard, or Xbox One. Well, to be honest, I mean, PS5 has been out for quite a while now, hasn't it? So... Okay, I don't know quite where... oh, RKO. Oh, I don't think I had an RKO yet. Okay, we've got, what, 2 minutes to go? Have you not had outside interference? Maybe. What do we know? Austin Theory being used as a crash dummy. Okay, so we have got outside interference. Braun is the number one entrant, said Fish. It is sort of believed that that was the plan. Yeah, there was a graphic that leaked. If Jericho goes to WWE, can he use Judas? Yes, it's his song, isn't it? Do we think AEW talent have a harder time taking to the WWE system? That's interesting. Yes. Because I think in AEW there's less restrictions. WWE, there is a WWE sort of style. Moves that are like banned and things that they want to really get out. You know, they want that connection with the audience. The presentation is so important. I think there's more freedom in AEW. Bang! Jacob Fatu! Jacob Fatu! Yes! Millennial said, your innocence personified. I'm just a cutie pie. Drew just pulled Sami out the ring, said Bishop. There we go. Outside interference. We've got Drew. We've got Jacob. And we've got the final shots. Cody takes out Fatu, said Edwards. It seems like everything in WWE is a DQ. Okay, let's get the poll up for that match, shall we? As this show is coming to its conclusion. We got the final shots. We have officially gone home. We did it. We flipping did it. There we go. The show has come to an end for me. Picking up the title, yeah. Shining Wizard said that was dreadful. Well, there we go. A show so captivating that we watched it twice. And neither time was it good. It was a go-home. I mean, it's as simple as that. This was a go-home show for the Royal Rumble. I really wouldn't judge this show. It just did what it needed to do. It's a go-home. All the pieces are in place. And obviously, we are trying to just make sure that everyone is aware it's the Rumble tomorrow. And that's what we did. Main event was just a big advert for it. And, I mean, talking points, it's a real struggle, honestly. I don't know. I still managed to do a 27-minute breakdown video on this episode. But, yeah, talking points, there was very few and far between. Maybe the odd little comment here or there, but... Tony said, Daze, you know how this goes. If you stream the show and I review it, I'm giving this -2. And you won't find this on Wednesdays. I feel bad for anyone that had to watch this twice. Well, actually, Tony, I was just saying, I think this was a great show. Great show. I think it was really focused. It did what it needed to do. It built up the Rumble really well. I give this 10 out of 10. And can I just say, it was a pleasure to watch this twice. An absolute pleasure. So, do you know what? I'm thinking of watching it a third time. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of going again. Yeah? Grand Prairie, shout out to you, buds. Daze, there's a full image behind the broken mirror. It shows the whole room. There's a full image behind the broken mirror. I'm sorry, what's going on? Is this a riddle? What's happening? There's a full image behind the broken mirror, and it shows the whole room. What does that mean? Is that connected to the Rumble? When will Daze be live, said Defcon. Well, I'll tell you what Daze is doing. He's doing a quick little video for opinions. He's probably going to grab something to eat because I've only had a couple of sandwiches today. And then he's going to bed. Although he doubts he's going to sleep because he's had half a flipping tub of caffeine pills. But yeah, I want to make sure I get some rest. And start time is a great question. It is a great question. Let's just have a quick look and see what time the countdown show begins. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. WWE countdown starts at 5. Starts at 5. We are definitely starting at least 2 hours before. Should we start 3 hours before, or is that a bit excessive? I don't know. I think we might start 3 hours before because the countdown is only 2 hours this year. Last year it was 3. So I'm thinking that we might start at 2 UK time, which would be 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. So it's basically me for breakfast. That's what you're having. Me for breakfast. Yeah. I mean, look, this is the biggest show of the year. Last year, Royal Rumble got more attention than any other single day PLE-wise. It beat both days of Mania, both days of SummerSlam. I think if you're not going to go big for the Rumble, when are you going to go big? That's my strategy. So, yeah, I think we might start 3 hours before the countdown. We'll just try and get through as many thoughts as we can. Countdown will just be a little bit of a distraction. And then into the Rumble. Yeah, we're going big. We're going big. Go big or go home. That's what we're doing. Joe said, do 3 hours. That's what we're doing, Joe. That's the spirit. That's what we're doing. Come on. Did the go homes used to be any good? Nah, they've always been shiz. Nah. I mean, maybe going back to the Attitude Era, to be honest, I can't remember, but for the longest time, go homes have always been go homes, and that's how they got that reputation, so it's a go home. The only thing is, the creative has actually been a little bit better this year, so there was a bit of a hope that this show would be a higher standard, but it wasn't, so deal with it. So, Shining Wizard, no, unfortunately, it was just kind of what we feared, but it doesn't mean the Rumble ain't going to be amazing. Main event, you lot said, was good 92, which is the exact same score as earlier. How about that? Right, we're done, my friends. I'm going to go and do the opinions video, grab something to eat, and then we will be back starting our Rumble coverage. Okay. Triple H, shout out to you. King Notorious said the Rumble has taken the attention, as it should. As it should. Okay, awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. I will see you in a bit for the Royal Rumble. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. Bye for now.